45th session of the Senate and the third regular session of the 17th Congress is hereby called to order. Let us pause for a minute of silent prayer. The Senate Choir will lead us in the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. Session is suspended.
May lechon. Nga pala sinabi mo treat siya, no?
Kanina pagkakwenta.
Ako rin eh.
Para sa 12 na.
11 pa lang.
Session is resumed. The Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Onasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Legarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Pimentel, Poe, Recto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 16 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we move to our agenda, we'd just like to greet our distinguished former Senate President, Senator Coco Pimentel, a happy birthday. It was his birthday yesterday, January 20. Hopefully, we'll have the famous lechon of Cagayan de Oro coming soon. Ano ba? Happy birthday, sir.
Our special greetings to former Senate President Aquilino Pimentel III.
And also, we have with us mayors from Rizal, Mr. President. We have Mayor Dan Masinsin of Pililla and former Mayor Robert Pereira of Baras, Rizal with us.
We welcome them to the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we defer the approval of the Journal of the 44th Session, January 14, 15, 16, and 16, 2019, as it's still being finalized, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
The Secretary will proceed with the reference of business.
Messages from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 14 December 2018, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Number 172 entitled An Act Providing Assistance to New Graduates by Waiving Government Fees and Charges Collected in Connection with the Issuance of Documents Required in Their Application for Employment.
Referred to the Committee on Rules.
House Number 8646 entitled An Act Creating 9 Additional Branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 12th Judicial Region to be stationed in the City of Tacurong and in the Municipality of Isulan, Province of Sultan Kudarat, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14M of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended.
Referred to the Committees on Justice and Finance.
House Number 8658 entitled An Act Creating 3 Additional Branches in the Regional Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the Municipality of Catanawan, Province of Quezon, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14E of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended.
Referred to the Committees on Justice and Finance.
House Number 8659 entitled An Act Creating 4 Additional Branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 11th Judicial Region and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14L of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended.
Referred to the Committees on Justice and Human Rights.
House Number 8660 entitled An Act Creating 1 Additional Branch of the Municipal Trial Court for the City of Maasin, Province of Southern Leyte, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 29 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended.
Referred to the Committees on Justice and Finance, and likewise the 8659 to Finance likewise also.
House Number 8661 entitled An Act Creating 6 Additional Branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed in the City of Davao and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14L of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended.
Referred to the Committees on Justice and Finance.
House Number 8662 entitled An Act Creating 2 Additional Branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 8th Judicial Region to be stationed in the City of Maasin and in the Municipality of Sogod, Province of Southern Leyte, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14I of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended.
Referred to the Committees on Justice and Finance.
House Number 8663, entitled An Act Creating 2 Additional Branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 7th Judicial Region to be stationed in the Municipality of Tubigon, Province of Bohol, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14H of Batas Pambansa bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended.
Referred to the Committees on Justice and Finance.
House Number 8664, entitled An Act Creating 5 Additional Branches of the Regional Trial Court in the National Capital Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Muntinlupa, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14D of the Batas Pambansa bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended.
Referred to the Committees on Justice and Finance.
And now creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in the Municipality of Villanueva, Province of Misamis Oriental, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14K of Batas Pambansa bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended.
Referred to the Committees on Justice and Finance.
House Number 8666, entitled An Act Creating 1 Additional Branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 12th Judicial Region to be stationed in the Municipality of Milang, Province of Cotabato, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14M of Batas Pambansa bilang 129, otherwise known as Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended.
Referred to the Committees on Justice and Finance.
House Number 8682, entitled An Act Expanding Access to Educational Services to the Establishment and Administration of Transnational Higher Education and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to the Committees on Education, Ways and Means, and Finance.
House Number 8719, entitled An Act Establishing and Institutionalizing the Seal of Good Local Governance for Local Government Units and allocating for this purpose the Seal of Good Local Governance Fund.
Referred to the Committee on Rules.
House Number 8727, entitled An Act Requiring Parents to Plant 2 Trees for Every Child Born to Them.
Referred to the Committees on Women, Environment, and Finance.
House Number 8728, entitled An Act Requiring All Graduating Elementary, High School, and College Students to plant at least 10 trees each as a prerequisite for graduation.
Referred to the Committees on Education, Environment, and Finance.
House Number 8733, entitled An Act Providing for a Comprehensive Nuclear Regulatory Framework, creating for the purpose the Philippine Nuclear Regulatory Commission and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to the Committees on Science and Technology, Civil Service, Ways and Means, and Finance.
House Number 8734, entitled An Act Increasing the Benefits Granted to Science and Technology Personnel of the Government, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 8439, otherwise known as the Magna Carta for Scientists, Engineers, Researchers, and other S&T personnel in the government.
Referred to the Committee on Rules.
House Number 8741, entitled An Act Reorganizing the Faith Academy as an educational institution of international character and granting the Academy certain prerogatives to promote its development.
Referred to the Committee on Rules.
House Number 8764, entitled An Act Amending Sections 4 and 8 of Republic Act Number 7042 as amended, otherwise known as the Foreign Investments Act of 1991.
Referred to the Committees on Economic Affairs, Trade.
House Number 8784, entitled An Act Increasing the Benefits from Service Charges of Rank and File and Supervisory Employees, amending for the purpose Article 96 of Presidential Decree Number 442 as amended, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Number 8785, entitled An Act Promoting Philippine Indigenous or Traditional Writing Systems and providing for their protection, preservation, and conservation.
To the Committees on Cultural Communities and Education.
House Number 8786, entitled An Act Renewing for Another 25 Years the Franchise Granted to Audiovisual Communicators, Inc. on the Republic Act Number 8124, entitled An Act Granting the Audiovisual Communicators, Inc. a franchise to construct, install, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting stations in the Philippines.
Referred to the Committee on Public Services.
House Number 8791, An Act Providing for the Comprehensive Regulatory and Legal Framework for Collective Investment Schemes.
Referred to the Committee on Banks, Committee on Trade and Ways and Means.
House Number 8794, entitled An Act Defining Gender-Based Street, Public Spaces, and Online Sexual Harassment, providing protective measures and prescribing penalties therefore.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Number 8795 entitled An Act Strengthening the National Museum of the Philippines, repealing for the purpose Republic Act Number 8492, otherwise known as the National Museum Act of 1998, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Number 8212 entitled An Act Converting into an Independent National High School to be known as the Curimao National High School, the Curimao National High School Pias Gaang Campus in Barangay Pias Norte, Municipality of Curimao, Province of Ilocos Norte, and separating it from its mother school, the Curimao National High School in Barangay Poblacion 2, Municipality of Curimao, Province of Ilocos Norte, herein renamed the Wilbur C. Go National High School, and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to the Committees on Education and Finance.
House Number 8724 entitled An Act Declaring Barangay Kapatagan, located in the city of Digos, Province of Davao del Sur, an ecotourism site, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Environment, Tourism and Finance.
House Number 8725 entitled An Act Declaring the Pascuan Village in the city of San Fernando, Province of Pampanga, a national treasure and cultural heritage and a property of public domain.
Referred to the Committees on Education, Environment and Finance.
House Number 8726 entitled An Act Declaring the Islands of Nagarao, Naboktot, and Ginawayan, all located in the Municipality of Placer, Province of Masbate, an ecotourism zone, establishing the Placer Ecotourism Development Council, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Environment, Tourism and Finance.
House Number 8729 entitled An Act Converting the Marinduque State College in the Municipality of Boac, Province of Marinduque, into a state university to be known as the Marinduque State University, and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to the Committees on Education, Ways and Means and Finance.
House Number 8730 entitled An Act Converting the Camarines Sur Polytechnic Colleges in the Municipality of Nabua, Province of Camarines Sur, into a state university to be known as the Polytechnic State University of Bicol, and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to the Committees on Education, Ways and Means and Finance.
House Number 8731 entitled An Act Converting the Guimaras State College in the Province of Guimaras into a state university to be known as the Guimaras State University, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Education, Ways and Means and Finance.
House Number 8732 entitled An Act Converting the Carlos Ilado Memorial State College in the city of Talisay and all its satellite campuses located in the city of Bacolod and in the municipality of Binalbagan, all in the province of Negros Occidental, into a state university to be known as the Carlos Ilado Memorial State University, and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to the Committees on Education, Ways and Means and Finance.
House Number 8735 entitled An Act Converting the Camp Ofelia Elementary School in Barangay Lintangan, Municipality of Cebuco, Province of Zamboanga del Norte, into an integrated school to be known as the Lintangan Integrated School, and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to the Committees on Education and Finance.
House Number 8736 entitled An Act Establishing a National High School in Barangay Calube, Municipality of Sultan Naga Dimaporo, Province of Lanao del Norte, to be known as Calube National High School, and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to the Committees on Education and Finance.
House Number 8757 entitled An Act Establishing a Special Economic Zone in Freeport in the area encompassing the barangays of Dumabel, San Leonardo, Pinaripad Norte, Palacian, Ligaya, Villa Ventura, Diodol, and Pinaripan Sur, all located in the municipality of Aglipay, Province of Quirino, creating for this purpose the authority of the Freeport area of Quirino, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Economic Affairs, Local Government, Ways and Means and Finance.
And House Number 8762 entitled An Act Commemorating the Plebiscite Victory of the Cityhood of San Jose del Monte with the Tanglawan Festival to be held annually on September 10 on the occasion of the Foundation Day of the City of San Jose del Monte, Province of Bulacan, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 9750.
To the Committee on Local Government.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 15 January 2019, it reconsidered its approval on third reading of and withdrew from the Senate the House Number 5664 entitled An Act Granting the Bicol Light and Power Corporation a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain a power distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the towns of Baao, Balatan, Bato, Buhi, Bula, Nabua, and the city of Iriga, Province of Camarines Sur.
To the Archives.
Bills on first reading, Senate Number 2152 entitled An Act Institutionalizing a Grant and Fee Program to incentivize and promote the proper recycling of used computers and to promote the development of a national infrastructure for the recycling of used computers, introduced by Senator Laila M. De Lima.
To the Committee on Environment.
Senate Number 2153 entitled An Act Establishing a Study and Demonstration Projects on the Cases of Hepatitis C Among Emergency Response Employees, introduced by Senator Marie Lourdes Nancy S. Binay.
Referred to the Committees on Health, Labor, and Finance.
Additional reference of
There
business.
is additional reference of business. You may proceed.
Messages from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 12 December 2018, it ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 5675 entitled An Act Allowing the Rectification of Simulated Birth Records and Prescribing Administrative Adoption Proceedings for the Purpose, and Senate Number 2081 entitled An Act Granting Amnesty for Simulated Births, Allowing the Rectification of Simulated Birth Records through Administrative Adoption and for Other Purposes.
To the archives.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 12 December 2018, it ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Joint Resolution Number 26 entitled Joint Resolution Extending the Period of Availability of Funds Intended for Victims of Human Rights Violations during the Marcos regime until December 31, 2019, authorizing the Bureau of Treasury and the Land Bank of the Philippines to release the funds and ensure the payment of claims, and the Commission on Human Rights to administer the effective distribution of the funds to qualified victims or their heirs or representatives as provided under Republic Act Number 10368, otherwise known as the Human Rights Victims Reparation and Recognition Act of 2013, as amended by Republic Act Number 10766, and Senate Joint Resolution Number 13 entitled Joint Resolution Extending the Maintenance, Availability, and Release of the Funds Created Pursuant to Republic Act Number 10368, as amended by Republic Act Number 10766, specifically such funds in the Land Bank of the Philippines until December 2019 to ensure payment of qualified human rights violations victims, and authorizing the Commission on Human Rights to administer the effective distribution thereof.
To the archives.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 12 December 2018, it ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 8636 and Senate Number 1850, both entitled An Act Institutionalizing a National Integrated Cancer Control Program and Appropriating Funds Therefore.
To the archives.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 12 December 2018, it ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 4814 entitled An Act Granting Amnesty in the Payment of Estate Tax, House Number 8554 entitled An Act Enhancing Revenue Administration and Collection by Granting Amnesty on all unpaid internal revenue taxes imposed by the national government for taxable year 2017 and prior years, and Senate Number 2059 entitled An Act Enhancing Revenue Administration Collection and Broadening the Tax Base by Granting an Amnesty on all unpaid internal revenue taxes imposed by the national government for taxable year 2017 and prior years with respect to estate tax, other internal revenue taxes, and tax on delinquencies, and addressing cross-border tax evasion and for other purposes.
To the archives.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 12 December 2018, it ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 8110 and Senate Number 192, both entitled An Act Mandating the Philippine Overseas Employment Administration, POEA, to develop, publish, disseminate, and update a handbook on the rights and responsibilities of migrant workers, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 8042, otherwise known as the Migrant Workers and Overseas Filipinos Act of 1995, as amended by Republic Act Number 10022.
To the archives.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 12 December 2018, it ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Number 6618 entitled An Act Establishing a 100-bed capacity hospital in Barangay Habay Dos in the city of Bacoor, province of Cavite, to be known as the Bacoor District Hospital, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the archives.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 12 December 2018, it ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Number 7385 entitled An Act Renewing the Franchise Granted to Philippine Communications Satellite Corporation, PhilComSat, to construct, install, maintain, and operate in the Philippines ground satellite terminal stations for telecommunication with satellite facilities and delivery to common carriers.
To the archives.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 12 December 2018, it adopted Senate Number 454 as an amendment to House Number 8528 entitled An Act Regulating the Practice of Occupational Therapy in the Philippines and Providing Funds Therefore.
To the archives.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 14 January 2019, it ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 8637 entitled An Act Creating the Regional Investment and Infrastructure Coordinating Hub of Central Luzon and Providing Funds Therefore, and Senate Number 1997 entitled An Act Creating the Regional Investment and Infrastructure Coordinating Hub of Central Luzon and for other purposes.
To the archives.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 14 January 2019, it ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 8417 entitled An Act Establishing the Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop for the purpose of streamlining the permitting process of energy projects, and Senate Number 1439 entitled An Act Establishing the Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop for the purpose of streamlining the permitting process of energy generation projects.
To the archives.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 14 January 2019, it ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 8419 entitled An Act Preventing the Use of Motorcycles in the Commission of Crimes Through Bigger Number Plates and Identification Marks, and Senate Number 1397 entitled An Act Preventing and Penalizing the Use of Motorcycles in the Commission of Crimes Through Readable Plate Numbers and Identification Marks and for other purposes.
To the archives.
Bills on first reading, Senate Number 2154 entitled An Act Establishing a Special Economic Zone and Free Port in the area encompassing the barangays of Dumabel, San Leonardo, Pinaripad Norte, Palacian, Ligaya, Villa Ventura, Diodol, and Pinaripan Sur, all located in the municipality of Aglipay, province of Quirino, creating for this purpose the authority of the Freeport area of Quirino and appropriating funds therefore, introduced by Senator Zubiri.
Referred to the Committees on Economic Affairs, Local Government, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Senate Number 2155 entitled An Act Granting Legal Residency Status to Certain Aliens in the Philippines under Certain Conditions, introduced by Senator Richard J. Gordon.
Referred to the Committees on Justice and Finance.
Resolution, PS Resolution Number 991 entitled Resolution Directing the Senate Committees on National Defense and Security and Public Services to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the reported possibility of Chinese takeover of the Hanjin Philippines Commercial Shipyard in Subic with the end goal of determining the adequacy of existing legal frameworks regarding the ownership, control, and management by foreign corporations and entities of strategic industries that could be vital to national security development and economy, introduced by Senator Grace Poe.
Referred to the Committees on Defense and Government Corporations. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we go to discussions on the budget, there's just a number of bills for third reading and one on second reading. With the permission of the body, Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration on House Bill number 8380. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is in order.
Mr. President, the copies of all these bills that we'll vote on third reading have been distributed to members complying with the three-day rule of the Constitution. With that, Mr. President, I move that we vote on third reading House Bill number 8380. And ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
The Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 8380, An Act Granting Philippine Citizenship to Hans Gunter Schuff.
Is that here?
Roll call vote, the Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Onasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Legarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Pimentel, Poe, Recto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
Seventeen affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention. House Bill 8380 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8382. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
President,
Consideration is in order.
I move that we vote on third reading House Bill number 8382 and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure. Proceed with the roll.
Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 8382, An Act Granting Philippine Citizenship to Kitson Soriano Co. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Onasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Legarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Pimentel, Poe, Recto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 17 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 83820 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8381. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is in order.
Mr. President, I move that we vote on third reading House Bill number 8381 and ask Secretary to read the title.
Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 8381, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Margarita Melian Ortigas. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Onasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Legarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Pimentel, Poe, Recto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 17 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 8381 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7206. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of the measure is in order.
Mr. President, I move that we vote on third reading House Bill number 7206, Mr. President.
The Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 7206, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Muhammad Wasim Nana. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Onasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Legarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Pimentel, Poe, Recto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 17 affirmative votes, no negative votes, House Bill 7206 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we'd just like to put on record that the gentlemen and ladies mentioned on third reading who had sought our help to get their Filipino citizenship are here today in the VIP gallery with us. They can ask them to stand, Mr. President.
That's, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Congratulations.
Mr. President, may I ask for 1 minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, we're in receipt of a communication from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 14th December 2018, the House approved on third reading House Bill number 8741, to which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Bill 8741, otherwise known as the Faith Academy and as an educational institution of international character, is actually the counterpart of Senate Bill number 1669, which is chamber approved on third reading on the 8th of October 2018. After going over the provisions of House Bill number 8741 and discussions on the matter with the concerned stakeholders, I forward the motion of the chair, Mr. President, of the Committee on Education, Arts and Culture, that the Senate adopts House Bill number 8741, sans a bicameral conference committee. This is the request of the chair of the Committee on Education. I so move, Mr. President, that we adopt.
Any objection? Senator Escudero, you have something to say?
No objection from the chair.
No objection. There being none, the motion is approved. House bill is adopted.
And finally, Mr. President, before we'll just take this really quickly and then we will proceed with the privileged speech of our dear Honorable Risa Ontiveros, with her permission. May I move for the resumption, move to resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1917, Mr. President. This is the granting survivorship benefits to dependent children of deceased retired members of the Commission on Audit, Civil Service, Commission on Elections, and the Ombudsman. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Ask for 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. Huh? Session is resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration while awaiting the sponsor of Senate Bill number 1917. I so move.
Without any objection, the consideration is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the distinguished lady Senator, Senator Risa Ontiveros, to deliver a privileged speech.
Senator Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise on a point of personal and collective privilege. Kung sumasakay po kayo sa jeep sa Loton, siguro isa kayo sa iiwas kay Buknoy. 12 na taong gulang, siya ay isa sa mga paslit na nagsimula sa paglilinis-linis ng sapatos ng mga pasahero, tapos nagkakaroling-karoling pagpasko. Aminado siya na gumraduate siya sa pag-snatch ng mga pitaka at alahas. Matapang ang nanlilisik ang mata niya. Bakas na bakas sa kanya ang galit sa mundo. Marahil ang mga kagaya ni Buknoy ang dahilan kung bakit galit na galit tayo sa mga menor de edad na gumagawa ng krimen. Iniisip natin ang mga kaanak natin na sumasakay ng jeep o naglalakad sa overpass na iniisnatchan o nagmamaneho at binabato ng itlog ang windshield. Makailang ulit na nating nababasa o napapanood sa balita ang ilang insidente ng mga krimen na kinasasangkutan ng mga kabataan. Andyan ang nag-viral na video ng ilang kabataang lalaki't babae na pinagtulungang agawin sa isang matandang lalaki ang kanyang bag hanggang sa makaladkad dito pababa ng jeep na kanyang sinasakyan. O kaya yung batang lalaking nakuhanan ng video na sumampa sa pampasaherong jeep at hinablot ang maliit na kita ng driver. Kamakailan din lang ay may mga nahuling menor de edad sa isang drug raid sa Navotas. Naintindihan ko po ang takot na nararamdaman ng publiko sa harap ng ganitong klaseng mga krimen. Katulad ng maraming mga magulang, prioridad ko rin ang kaligtasan ng aking mga anak. Ngunit, bilang isang magulang din, iniisip ko kung ang pagbaba ng minimum age of criminal responsibility ang kasagutan sa pagsukbo ng mga nakababahalang mga krimen na ito. Ang pagkulong ba sa mga bata na dapat nasa paaralan ang kasagutan? Marahil ay malinaw sa atin ang ilang dahilan kung bakit nasa sangkot sa katiwalian ang mga kabataan. Ayon na rin sa pag-aaral na isinagawa ng Council for the Welfare of Children at ng UNICEF, kahirapan at pagdaranas at ang pagiging exposed sa violenteng kapaligiran ang ilan sa mga ito, kung kaya't marami sa mga Children in Conflict with the Law o CICL ay galing sa mahirap at mga problematikong pamilya. Pagnanakaw naman ang kadalasang krimen na kinasasangkutan ng mga menor de edad na kung titignan nito, kasabay ng malawakang kahirapan sa bansa, nakatitiyak ako na sa maraming pagkakataon, ang pagnanakaw ay nagiging usapin ng survival para sa kanila. Sa bahagi naman ng mga pag-aaral ng mga eksperto sa psychology, pinatunayan na malaki ang pagkakaiba ng mga kabataan sa mga full-grown adults pagdating sa decision-making, propensity to engage in risky behavior, impulse control, and overall maturity. Ito ay ayon sa Psychological Association of the Philippines na tinututulan ang pagbaba ng minimum age of criminal responsibility. Dahil sa mura nilang kaisipan at habang ang utak ay patuloy pang nagde-develop, mas binibigyang halaga ng mga adolescents ang rewards kaysa sa risks. Ito rin ang maaaring dahilan kung bakit mas madali silang maengganyo o di kaya maaabuso ng iba tulad ng mga kabataang ginagamit ng mga sindikato. Kumpara sa mga may edad na, walang laban ang mga bata sa harap ng pananakot ng mga masasamang loob. Sa kabilang banda ay maaari rin silang magkaroon ng emotional attachment sa mga umaabuso sa kanila. Ang isa sa naging sagot natin sa problema ng children in conflict with the law ay ang pagsasabatas ng Juvenile Justice and Welfare Act. Ito ay naglalatag ng isang komprehensibo at child-sensitive na sistemang panghustisya na naglalayong panagutin at ireporma ang mga kabataang lumalabag sa batas sa mga kaparaanang nagbibigay diin sa prevention at rehabilitation. Sa kabila ng batas na ito, ang pagkakaroon pa rin ng mga menor de edad na sangkot sa krimen ay nangangahulugan lamang na nangangailangan ito ng mas malakas at malawak na suporta upang mas maayos itong maipatupad. Mga mahal kong kasama sa Senado, kapwa tayong nababagabag sa mga krimen na sangkot ang mga kabataan at handa tayong kumilos upang lutasin ang problemang ito. Nais kong bigyan ng diin na ang pagpapatatag ng Juvenile Justice and Welfare Act at hindi ang pagbaba ng minimum age of criminal responsibility ang makatao, makabuluhan at epektibong paraan. Kung may mga kakulangan sa pagpapatupad ng batas, lalo na sa usapin ng pondo, personnel at infrastruktura, kailangan itong punuan. Kung kailangan hikayatin ng iba't ibang sektor ng lipunan na tumulong, ating gawin. Hindi natin maikakaila na karamihan sa mga children in conflict with the law ay biktima ng kanilang sirkumstansya. Ipinanganak na mahirap, kulang sa pinag-aralan, biktima ng kapabayaan ng magulang, at lumaki na napapaligiran ng karahasan. Ang pagtrato sa mga kabataang ito bilang ordinaryong kriminal ay isa na namang uri ng pambibiktima at pagtutulak sa kanila palayo sa pagbabago. Bagamat bihira nating marinig, marami ring kwento ng tagumpay ang Juvenile Justice and Welfare Council at mga NGOs. Mga kwento ng mga kabataang napariwara but were able to turn a new leaf, ika nga, sa tulong ng iba't ibang mandated programs ng JJWA. At bilang pagtatapos, Mr. President, nais kong ibahagi ang kwento ng Barangay Mintal sa Davao City. Noong 2015, upang hikayating tumiwalag sa pagiging miyembro ng gang ang mga kabataan, nagtayo ng Dragon Boat Sports Program ang barangay. Pinili nila ang Dragon Boat bilang diversion program dahil sa disiplinang itinuturo nito at dahil sa pagiging non-contact sport nito. Nang mga panahon na yon, 72 ang nakalistang CICL sa lugar. Habang pinaigi ng barangay ang programa sa pamumuno ni Kapitan Tata Bargamento, unti-unti itong nabawasan. Mula 72 sa 2015, naging 32 noong 2016, 15 noong 2017, at 0 noong 2018. Bilang pagkilala, ginawaran noong Nobyembre ang Mintal Dragons ng isa sa good practices of LGUs in the implementation of JJWA. Sa loob ng 3 taon, nalinis ng Barangay Mintal ang problema nito sa mga kabataang pariwara. Isa ito sa mga konkretong kwento ng pagbabago, kwento ng pag-asa. Balikan po natin si Buknoy, 12 years old, pinalaki ng lansangan at pinagod ng mundo. Nung nagkaroon ng pagkakataon na tanungin ang pangarap niya, simple ang sagot. Mabilhan ng bagong radio ang lolang pinakamamahal niya at magkaroon ng yo-yo na umiilaw. Dahil sa dulo, Mr. President, wala naman pinag-iba si Boknoy sa batang Pilipino. Nakakakuha ng kasiyahan sa simpleng bagay at nagsusukli ng pagmamahal na binigay sa kanya. Mr. President, it's been said that a society will be judged by the way it treats its children. Let us not allow our anger and our frustration to become bigger than our compassion and our decency. Our humanity should be bigger than the sum of all our fears. As we celebrated the Feast of the Santo Niño yesterday, let's reaffirm our commitment to the welfare of children, all children. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we refer the speech of Senator Ontiveros primarily to the Committee on Justice and Human Rights and secondarily to the Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality.
So referred.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We have guests
Are
here.
we ready with the GAB?
Yes, Mr. President, before we move to resume consideration of that measure, we just like to state for the record that we have guests of Senator Bamakino, 20 finalists from the 16th search for the 10 accomplished youth organizations are here with us as well in the galleries.
All right, welcome to the Senate.
Are we ready, Tita Laura? Tita Ganda? Are you ready or suspend? Ready? Maybe suspend for 1 minute. Mr. President.
Perhaps we can join Senator Pimentel in the lounge while...
Yes, Mr. President, maybe
we are
move for a
in,
long
a few...
Senate suspension.
All right, the session is suspended
Greet Senator
for
Coco.
1 Senate minute. Session is resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we act on bills for second reading, we'd like to recognize in the gallery we have with us the group from Adaptive Dragon Boat Racing Team. And these are some of the members of this Dragon Boat Racing Team, Mr. President, are actually persons with disabilities. And they're back-to-back champion in Hong Kong, and they'll be competing in the World Championships. With them is the Chief Executive Officer and Team Manager, John Paul Maunes, is with us, and their team.
Welcome
Dragon
to the
Boat
Senate.
Thank you. Mr. President, I move that with the permission of the body, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1917. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of the measure is in order.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, this measure, if I can recall, of course, this is sponsored by our distinguished senator from Cavite, Senator Sonny Trillanes. This bill was actually... Sorry, Bicol.
Gentleman
My
from
apologies.
Bicol.
My apologies. Bicol pala. Well, the Republic of the Philippines. Mr. President, this measure was approved already on second reading, but it was reconsidered as there were questions on certain provisions. But these provisions have been thoroughly discussed and with the stakeholders, together with our colleague who asked for its reconsideration, Senator Panfilo Lacson. And I believe Senator Panfilo Lacson does not anymore pose any objection. So with that, Mr. President, may we recognize to sponsor the measure Senator Sonny Trillanes IV.
Senator Trillanes is recognized.
Any comment? Wala na, no. We are now, technically, Mr. President, we're back on the period of on amendments, the period of amendments. There being,
So the parliamentary status is that we're in the
my
period of
apologies, Mr.
amendments.
President. We're in the period of interpellation.
Because this was reconsidered
Correct.
to be in the period of amendments already.
Yes, Mr. President. But for the record,
Right.
there are no other members who wish to interpolate or amend.
Propose amendment.
And then propose any amendments. So we leave it now to the distinguished sponsor if there are committee amendments, Mr. President.
There are no committee amendments, Mr. President. Mr. President.
There are no committee amendments. Would like to entertain a motion to end or to close the period of committee amendments.
Mr. President, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Any objection? There being none, period of committee amendments is closed. What about individual amendments?
There are no individual
There are no
amendments.
individual amendments.
I move that we
Therefore,
close the period of individual amendments.
no objection. The period of individual amendments is hereby closed.
With the permission of the body, Mr. President, I move for the approval on second reading, Senate Bill number 1917. I so move.
Any objection? The chair hears none. Senate Bill 1917 is approved in second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number,
81.
but may I ask for 1 minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
We have to look for the sponsor.
Session resumed.
Mr. President, while we are waiting for the chairperson of the Committee on Committee on Finance, we'd like to recognize Senator Sonny Trillanes for a manifestation.
Senator Trillanes is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I manifest that the Senate adopts House Bill number 8529, or the Speech Language Pathology Act, as an amendment to Senate Bill number 462. I so move, Mr. President.
Mr. President, what number? Can you write it down?
8529.
Mr. President,
Therefore, this House version is lodged where?
I believe we passed our version
Yes.
several months ago.
Yes, but
And,
we are in receipt of the House version. And where is it lodged? Rules?
The Committee on Rules, Mr.
All
President.
right, it's in your committee.
Yes,
All
Mr.
right.
President. Therefore, Mr. President, I move that we adopt House Bill number 8529 on the Speech Language Pathology Acts and Amendment to Senate Bill number 462. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the House bill is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do we have the sponsor of the committee? May we ask for a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
You want the Bicams the moment? Yeah, where's it? Where's the Bicams?
Mainit ka naman.
I can be the one to manifest on the floor. Mr. President, ready to resume?
Session resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, while we're waiting the chairperson of the Committee on Finance, we have several bicameral conference reports for ratification, Mr. President. I'll do this one by one. Grace has to be one by one. Mr. President, we are in receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provision, or votes rather, of House Bill number 6167, and entitled An Act Extending for Another 25 Years the Franchise Granted to the University of Mindanao. I move that we consider the said bicameral committee report. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, bicameral committee report is, consideration is in order.
Mr. President, I move to recognize the chairperson, Senator Grace Poe, for her sponsorship of the measure.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized to sponsor the measure. The committee report.
One minute suspension.
Session suspended.
My speeches, Senator, can you read like one, all of them?
Dito lang.
So, I would prefer na one by one. Yung, kasi sponsorship is no problem. Sponsorship. So, move na din eh. Balik sa paper bike mo na. What happened is the original. Yeah, the camera report. Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Ready to resume.
Yeah, you're recognized.
Okay. Mr. President, I request and move that the entirety of the joint explanation of the bicameral conference committee be spread and read into the journal and record of the Senate. I likewise request and move that this August body ratify the reconciled version of the bills as approved by the bicameral conference committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move to adopt and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing votes of House Bill number 6167 and consider the report of the Senate panel as inserted to the records of the Senate.
Any objection? There being none, the committee report, the conference committee report on the disagreeing votes of House Bill 6167 is hereby adopted and ratified.
Mr. President, we're in receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 6169. This is an act extending another 25 years the franchise granted the Philippine Broadcasting Corporation. I move that we consider the said bicameral committee report.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is in order.
Mr. President, I move to recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Grace Poe, for her sponsorship of the committee report.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Mr. President, once again, I request and move that the entirety of the joint explanation of the bicameral conference committee be spread and read into the journal and record of the Senate. I likewise request and move that this August body ratify the reconciled version of the bills as approved by the bicameral conference committee. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the majority leader say?
Mr. President, we concur. I move that we adopt and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 6169 and consider the report of the Senate panel as inserted into the records of the Senate.
Any objection?
As if read.
The chair hears none. The bicameral conference committee report on House Bill 6169 is hereby adopted and ratified.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 6170. This is an act extending for another 25 years the franchise granted to Rizal Memorial Colleges, or RMC Broadcasting Corporation. I move that we consider the said bicameral report.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is in order.
Mr. President, move to recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe.
Senator Grace
President.
Poe is recognized.
Mr. President, I request and move that the entirety of the joint explanation of the bicameral conference committee be spread and read into the journal and record of the Senate. I likewise request and move that this August body ratify the reconciled version of the bills as approved by the bicameral conference committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Mr. President, we concur with the motion of the distinguished lady senator and move to adopt and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on disagreeing votes on House Bill number 6170 and consider the report of the Senate panel as inserted to the records of the Senate. So moved.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The conference committee report on the House Bill 6170 is adopted and ratified.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 6316. It's entitled a Northeastern Broadcasting Services, Inc. franchise in Isabela Province and Region 2. I move to consider the bicameral report, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is in order.
Mr. President, I move to recognize the chairperson, Senator Grace Poe.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Mr. President, I request and move that the entirety of the joint explanation of the bicameral conference committee be spread and read into the journal and record of the Senate. I likewise request and move that this August body ratify the reconciled version of the bills as approved by the bicameral conference committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Mr. President, we concur with the motion of the lady senator. I move to adopt and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 6316. Consider the report of the Senate panel inserted and read into the records of the Senate. I so move.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The bicameral conference committee report on House Bill 6316 is adopted and ratified.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 6431, titled an act, or rather, Bohol Chronicle Radio Corporation franchise. I move to consider the said bicameral report.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is in order.
Mr. President, I move to recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Mr. President, I request and move that the entirety of the joint explanation of the bicameral conference committee be spread and read into the Journal and Record of the Senate. I likewise request and move that this august body ratify the reconciled version of the bills as approved by the Bicameral Conference Committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Mr. President, we concur with the lady senator and move to adopt and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on disagreeing votes on House Bill number 6431. Consider the report of the Senate panel as inserted and read into the records of the Senate.
Any objection? There being none, the Bicameral Conference Committee report on House Bill 6431 is hereby adopted and ratified.
Mr. President, we're in receipt of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 6707. This is an act extending for another 25 years the franchise granted to Raven Broadcasting Corporation. I move to consider the said Bicam report.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is in order.
May we recognize, Mr. President, I move to recognize Senator Grace Poe.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Mr. President, I request and move that the entirety of the joint explanation of the Bicameral Conference Committee be spread and read into the Journal and Record of the Senate. I likewise request and move that this august body ratify the reconciled version of the bills as approved by the Bicameral Conference Committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Mr. President, we concur with the lady senator and I move to adopt and ratify the Bicam report, committee report on disagreeing votes on House Bill number 6707, and consider the report of the Senate panels inserted and read into the records. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, the Bicameral Conference Committee report on House Bill 6707 is adopted and ratified.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on disagreeing votes on House Bill number 6708, titled An Act Extending for Another 25 Years the franchise granted to Advanced Media Broadcasting Systems Incorporated. I move to consider the said bicameral report, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is in order.
Mr. President, move to recognize Senator Grace Poe.
Mr. President.
Senator Grace Poe.
Mr. President, I request and move that the entirety of the joint explanation of the Bicameral Conference Committee be spread and read into the Journal and Record of the Senate. I likewise request and move that this august body ratify the reconciled version of the bills as approved by the Bicameral Conference Committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move to adopt and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on disagreeing votes on House Bill number 6708 and consider the report of the Senate panels inserted and read into the records of the Senate.
Any objection? There being none, the Bicameral Conference Committee report on House Bill 6708 is adopted and ratified.
And finally, Mr. President, we're in receipt of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 6315 entitled Volunteer Life Care Ministries, Inc. franchise. I move to consider the said Bicameral Committee report.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is in order.
Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Grace Poe, the sponsor.
Senator Grace Poe.
Mr. President, I request and move that the entirety of the joint explanation of the Bicameral Conference Committee be spread and read into the Journal and Record of the Senate. I likewise request and move that this august body ratify the reconciled version of the bill as approved by the Bicameral Conference Committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection?
Mr. President.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, yes, we concur with the motion of the lady. And just to reiterate, we move to adopt and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes on Senate House Bill number 6315. Consider the report of the Senate panels inserted and read into the records of the Senate. So moved.
Any objection? There being none, Bicameral Conference Committee report on House Bill 6315 is approved, is adopted and ratified.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we recognize the sponsor once again, Senator Grace Poe, for some
Senator Grace Poe is
manifestation.
recognized.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank you and our colleagues and the Majority Leader for your help in passing these franchises. It is a hallmark amendment of the Senate, which is the provision on the commitment to provide and promote the creation of employment opportunities. This is what we added here in the Senate, na magkaroon ng trabaho mula dito sa mga prangkisang ito. This provision would ensure that quality employment as well as on-the-job trainings for students and the youth shall be provided. So I'd like to thank all of you for your support. Maraming salamat po.
Congratulations are in order, Mr. President, to our committee chairperson for a job well done. And we'd like to now, May I ask for a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Nag-ano? We'll take up lang the ano? Boss, gusto lang mag-sponsorship. Mr. President, ready to resume.
Session resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. While we're waiting for the sponsor of the Finance Committee, we take up some matters for sponsorship. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, an omnibus motion, that I move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special orders, House Bill number 6319, House Bill number 6979, and House Bill number 7103. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move with the consent of the body and our colleagues that to consider House Bill number 6319, House Bill number 6979, and House Bill number 7103. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measures are in order.
May we ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure?
Secretary will read the title of the measures.
House Bill Number 6319, an act establishing an extension office of the Land Transportation Office of the Land Transportation Office LTO in the Municipality of Tubigon, Province of Bohol, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 6979, an act converting the Guimaras Land Transportation Office LTO Extension Office into a regular LTO District Office. House Bill Number 7103, an act creating a Class D District Office of the Land Transportation Office LTO in the Municipality of Pamplona, Camarines Sur.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. To sponsor the measure, we will ask the chair on the committee, or recognize the chair of the Committee on Public Services, Senator Grace Poe. May we recognize her, sir.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Mr. President, I stand this afternoon to sponsor 3 bills establishing various offices of the Land Transportation Office. Said bills are the following: House Bill number 6319, which seeks to create an LTO Extension Office in the Municipality of Tubigon in the Province of Bohol; House Bill number 6979, which seeks to convert the LTO Extension Office in Guimaras Island into a regular LTO District Office; and House Bill number 7103, which seeks to create an LTO District Office in the Municipality of Pamplona in the Province of Camarines Sur. Ang panukalang LTO Extension Office sa Tubigon, Bohol sa ilalim ng House Bill number 6319 ay papakinabangan ng mga kababayan natin sa mga bayan ng Sagbayan, San Isidro, Calape at Katigbian, pati na rin ang mga nasa isla ng Pangangan, Kabigaw at Sandingan. Kung wala po itong LTO Extension Office sa Tubigon, Bohol, ang pinakamalapit na LTO office ay nasa Tagbilaran. 45 kilometers ang layo at ang biyahe ay higit 1 oras. Ang panukalang upgrade naman ng LTO Extension Office sa Guimaras Island upang ito ay maging isang regular LTO District Office sa ilalim ng House Bill number 6979 ay magbibigay ng serbisyo sa mga bayan ng Buena Vista, Bueva Valencia, San Lorenzo at Sibunag. Halos 200,000 kababayan natin ang tinatayang mapagsisilbihan ng LTO District Office na ito. Sa ilalim naman ng House Bill number 7103, ang panukalang LTO District Office sa Pamplona sa Camsur ay pakikinabangan ng mga bayan ng San Fernando, Milaor, Pasacao, Libmanan, Sipocot at marahil pati na rin mga bayan ng San Pascual at Claveria ng Burias Island. Mr. President, House Bill number 6319, 6979, and 7103, as I have illustrated, will bring government services and presence right at the doorstep of our countrymen in province and municipalities around the country. Mr. President, bigyan natin ang ating mga kababayan ng isang realidad kung saan ang serbisyo ng gobyerno ay madali nilang pakikinabangan, madali nilang makukuha, at siguradong kanilang direktang mararamdaman at matatamasa. Mapapaganda po natin ang imahe ng gobyerno ng Pilipinas sa pamamagitan ng pagpapaganda ng realidad ng ating mga kababayan. Tayo po sa Senado ay makakatulong ng husto sa paglalapit ng gobyerno sa tao, sa pagpapaganda ng serbisyo ng ating gobyerno. Iyan po ang mandato natin, kaya po natin gawin po natin. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, for our colleagues to study the measure further, we move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 6319, House Bill number 6979, and House Bill number 7103. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. With the permission of the body, these are three franchise measures. House Bill number 8155, House Bill number 8157, and House Bill number 5557. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, so transferred.
Mr. President, with the consent of our colleagues, I move that we consider House Bill number 8155, House Bill number 8157, and House Bill number 5557, and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure. So moved.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Secretary will read the title of the measures.
House Bill number 8155, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Catholic Bishops' Conference of the Philippines, Inc. under Republic Act number 5172 as amended by Republic Act number 7530. House Bill number 8157, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Tirad Paz Radio TV Broadcasting Network, Inc. under Republic Act number 8070, entitled An Act Granting the Tirad Paz Radio TV Broadcasting Network, Inc. a franchise to construct, establish, operate, and maintain commercial AM/FM radio and television stations in the Philippines and for other purposes. House Bill number 5557, an act granting Ignite Telecommunications Incorporated a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain telecommunication systems throughout the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Public Services, Senator Grace Poe. I so move, Mr. President.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Mr. President, I'm here to sponsor three franchise bills, namely House Bill number 8155, which seeks to renew the legislative franchise of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of the Philippines, Incorporated, or the CBCP. House Bill number 8157, which seeks to renew the legislative franchise granted to Tirad Paz Radio TV Broadcasting Network, and House Bill number 5557, seeking to grant a legislative franchise to Ignite Telecommunications Incorporated. Mr. President, the importance of the renewal of the CBCP's franchise under House Bill number 8155 cannot be emphasized more, as it is crucial for the operation of 54 radio stations operated by the Catholic Media Network. Hindi po natin maipagkakaila ang lubos na kahalagahan ng radyo at telebisyon sa pagpapalaganap ng salita ng Diyos, hindi lamang ng simbahang Katolika, kung hindi ay lahat ng iba't ibang relihiyon sa bansa. Higit pang kakailanganin ang mga grupong katulad ng CBCP sa panahon ng paglipanan ng fake news, lalong-lalo na po ngayong palapit na ang halalan. It is without a doubt that the CBCP shall guide our countrymen towards the truth, towards social justice, and towards a peaceful community, and also for community service. It is likewise important to renew the legislative franchise of Tirad Paz under House Bill number 8157, as it operates one of the few radio stations in the Ilocandia. Ang Tirad Paz ang siyang nagbibigay ng impormasyon at balita sa mga kababayan natin sa Candon at Ilocos Sur, at naaabot din nila ang mga karatig lalawigan ng Ilocos Norte, Abra at La Union. Tunay ngang masasabing ang Tirad Paz ang isa sa mga maituturing na boses iti amyanan. Lastly, Mr. President, we also ought to grant Ignite Telecommunications Incorporated a legislative franchise through House Bill number 5557 in support to our stance that a healthy competition in the telecom industry would lead to better quality of service at a relatively cheaper cost. Ignite Telecom could give our countrymen a new and additional choice of a service provider for their needs. Mr. President, in addition to the public services to be offered to the public by the CBCP, TIRAD PAS, and Ignite Telecoms, their respective legislative franchises under our versions here in the Senate carry with their respective commitment to provide and promote the creation of employment opportunities. Under House Bills number 8155, 8157, and 5557, the franchisees are mandated to ensure that quality employment as well as on-the-job apprenticeship trainings for students shall be provided. Trabaho po, maraming trabaho para sa ating mga kababayan. Mr. President, it is for the aforementioned reasons that I urge this august body to enact into law House Bills numbers 8155, 8157, and 5557. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to study the measure further, may we move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 8155, 8157, and 5557. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measures are suspended.
Pwede na tayo budget, boss? While we have with us the chairperson of the Committee on Finance, Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1917. My apologies, 8169.
House Bill 8169.
House Bill number 8169.
All right. Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is in order.
We already closed the period of interpellation, Mr. President, of this measure. We are now at the period of amendments. May we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Finance, no other than Senator Lauren B. Legarda. So, Mr. President.
Senator Lauren Legarda is recognized.
May we ask for 1 minute? She's asking for 1 minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Let's call it. final bill to recall. No, sabi yun, said Congress has no more.
Nandun po na pala yung sa
sa isang araw. Ha? Dito na lang. Dito, ay, dito. I don't need this. Attorney yun. Dito kayo nga. Dito na sa sabi ko yung case ay wala. Mamaya ako may tanong. Nina? Halika na. Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, did he move already for his consideration? Wala. Ah, yeah. May we recognize, Mr. President, distinguished senator from Antique, no other than Senator Lauren Descartes.
Mr. President, allow me to present the following Senate amendments to the GAB, and I thank our colleagues for your wizened interpellations and for the amendments which, to the best of ability, we adopted. The increase under the Congress of the Philippines will cover the additional operating requirements of the Senate and the Commission on Appointments. We are again funding the construction of the new Senate building. We're also supporting the endeavors of the Office of the Vice President to uplift the life of the poor through its various social programs through the additional funds that the committee provided. The increase under the Department of Agriculture includes farm-to-market roads under the Office of the Secretary, the construction of fish landings and fisherman's wharf, and purchase of fishing gears under the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. The Philippine Carabao Center is provided 160 million to establish Carabao dairy centers in various provinces, while Philippine Fiber Industry Development Authorities provided additional MOE for weaving centers. Under the Department of Education, we provided 800 million pesos for the allowance of teachers to be given during the World Teachers' Day. Additional allocation for DepEd will also include the increase in QRF, school-based feeding program, quality teacher and development program, computerization program, and textbooks and other instructional materials. We are also supporting the various programs of the National Museum and provides capital outlay for the Philippine High School for the Arts. For state universities and colleges, we provided 2.973 billion pesos for the implementation of NBC 461 Cycle 7, which intends to fund the implementation of the system of evaluation and the promotion of SUC faculty members, which increase their compensation. We also provided capital outlay of selected SUCs, which did not receive capital outlay in the GAB. Additional allocation is provided for the University of the Philippines. The additional amount under the Department of Energy is intended to augment the department's operating requirements, particularly for its investment promotion unit. For DNR, the National Greening Program has been reduced by 2.5 billion. However, we have realigned the amount of 230.8 million to mangrove reforestation and ecotourism. In addition, we also provided funds for the pollution laboratories in Visayas and Mindanao. The increase in the DOF budget will be for the BIR building in Makati. The significant reduction in the budget of the DFA is due to the transfer of the 7.5 billion budget for the Southeast Asian Games from DFA to PSC. However, we have provided funds to be used for the opening of consular offices within the country, as well as embassies in Melbourne, Barcelona, Nagoya, Morocco, Stockholm, and Turkey. We have also augmented the operating requirements of selected embassies. The Foreign Service Institute will also get additional allocation to fund its cultural program and language capacity building of foreign service personnel, including the modernization of its library. Included in the budget of the DOH is the restoration of the 16.796 billion for HFEP and provision of 4.797 billion of the 7 billion requirement for human resource for health development, which was partially provided in the GAB in the amount of 2.6 billion. Allocation for medical assistance for indigent patients is also provided. The increase in the DICT budget, which will be headed by Senator Gregorio Onasan, will be the ICT industry and countryside development, rural impact sourcing, national broadband and cybersecurity under OSEC, and augmentation for the operating requirements of the NTC. For the ILG, we are providing for the construction of the building for the Emergency 911 Command Center under OSEC. We are also augmenting the PNP's MOE to improve its delivery of services. We also allocated an additional amount to provide for the per capita cost of additional policemen and 1.81 billion for the procurement of a brand new fixed-wing airplane. The Philippine Public Safety College will be provided funding to pay for its obligations in accordance with decision of the court. The additional funding for the DOJ is for the creation of a special task force as well as victims assistance for OFWs and for the programs geared towards child protection. For the Bucor, the amount of 1.8 billion is also provided for the construction of prison facilities in 5 regions to decongest the existing prison facilities to bring the prisoners near their families. NBI is provided additional funds for rental since their current building has been condemned. We have also augmented their confidential fund and capital outlay for the procurement of equipment. Increase in the budget of DOLE will be used for emergency repatriation of our OFWs, Worker Protection and Welfare Program, Employment Facilitation, and Government Internship Program. The PRC will receive additional funding for the implementation of the continuing professional development and for the PRC. For the D&D Office of the Secretary, an additional amount of 48.766 million was provided for its task force and enhanced comprehensive local integration program for rebel insurgent returnees. PIVAO proper will have additional funding for veterans hospitalization and additional capital outlay and medical care program. Veterans Memorial Medical Center will get additional funding for drugs and medicines, medical and surgical supplies, hiring of job order workers. The Philippine Army is provided an additional amount for its recruitment. Philippine Navy is provided fund for the establishment of a maritime command in Tawi-Tawi. We're also supporting the various activities of the NDCP. Allocation for the construction of a 4-story building under the General Headquarters in the amount of 164 million is also provided. The reduction in the DPWH budget is due to the cut in the row and various projects which are not part of the DPWH original submission to DBM. However, this will be partially offset by the increase in the local projects. Under the OST, the increase is due to provision of the department's Community Empowerment through Science and Technology program, additional research fund, and brick-making facility. DSWD is given additional funding for protective services and for the implementation of the enhanced program for children, families, indigenous peoples, and individuals in difficult situations. Increase in the DOT budget will include the requirement for the Puerto Real evenings, documentation of marine biodiversity, and their slow food show. We are providing additional funds for DOLE, for DTI, this is not DOLE, for DTI, for negosyo centers and shared services facilities, and Cooperative Development Program for the CDA. We also have increased the allocation for TESDA Special Training for Employment Program and Training for Work Scholarship Program. Although additional funds were provided to selected airports and seaports, fly fees, purchase of helicopters, lighted ocean buoys, DOTR will still reflect a decrease due to cuts imposed on the ROW allocation. Under NEDA, funds were given for various research and studies to be undertaken by NEDA, including the preparation of various master plan for LGUs. Under the PCOO, funding is given for Davao and Presidential Photographers Division, publication of Rehabilitation of Boracay Island, coffee table book. NCCA is given additional funding for various cultural activities of the agency. NHCP's additional funding will be used for the restoration and conservation of historical sites and the construction of memorial on historical events and personages, including commemoration of the 500th anniversary of Ferdinand Magellan's voyage to the Philippines. The increase in the funds of NAP will be used for rent, training, digitization of archival documents, the expansion of existing storage facilities. The additional fund under the NCMF will be for institutional support, development and promotion of madrasa education, Sharia programs, Quran competitions, peace initiatives, and conflict resolution. NICA and NSC will receive additional intelligence confidential funds. Funds will be given to NYC for its various activities such as Project Happy, HIV/AIDS prevention for the youth, International Youth Day, and the Youth Drug Prevention Program. Funds for PCW will be increased for the gender mainstreaming in the ASEAN and for additional operating requirements. For PDEA, the increase will be for the operating expenses of PDEA satellite offices, Seaport and Airport Interdiction Unit, Human Resource Capability Building Program. It will also be used for the operating requirements of the Interagency Committee on Anti-Illegal Drug, enhancement of operational capacity, and implementation of Barangay Drug Clearing Program. PSC will receive the funding for the SEA Games and for the training expenses of athletes participating in the SEA Games. PLLO will receive funds for the purchase of equipment and representation outlay. PMS will have funds for the purchase of furniture. The judiciary will receive additional funds for the following: construction of Cagayan de Oro Complex, construction of halls of justice, purchase of equipment, construction of Sandigan Bayan 2 building, additional PS, MOE, and CO, construction of the CA building, additional MOE. Changes in the CSC budget include realignment from the Anti-Red Tape Act implementation to reactivation of the Philippine Civil Service Academy, the provision for additional capital outlay. For COA, funds will be given for the construction of the Pisao building, purchase of motor vehicles, and additional PS. COMELEC will receive an additional allocation for overseas Filipino absentee voting and postage fees. Additional funds will be given to the Office of the Ombudsman for its restructuring requirements. Additional allocation will be given for various projects of a CHR, including the development, implementation, and maintenance of data protection measures. The additional allocation for NDA is for the purchase of breeding stock. The net decrease in NEA's budget is due to the provision of the lighting of schools and the reduction in the QRF. The increase in the allocation of the 4 specialty hospitals is for the medical assistance to indigent patients. TIEZA's additional funding is for the construction of plazas and tourism-related projects. The increase in CITEM is for the promotion and participation package for members who will join trade expositions to be held in various countries. The increase under other executive offices will go to number 1, AFAB, for the construction of standard factory buildings, CESA, for the construction of commercial building, CCP, the allocation for activities to bring CCP programs closer to the people, DAP, additional allocation to allow it to expand its training to include LGUs and legislators, NHA for housing projects, SBMA for rehab of piers and wharves, SPDA additional amount for various projects. Net decrease under allocation to local government ALGO is due to the cut of the increase of GAB over the NEP and the addition provided by the Senate. MPBF was reduced based on the utilization in the previous year to the level which we believe could be utilized. We also cut the increase of the GAB over the NEP of the NDREAM fund. We reduced the amount of the pension and gratuity fund based on the utilization in the previous year to the level which we believe could be utilized. We reflected realignments within the unprogrammed fund to provide for, first, Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund of 10 billion. Second, Coconut Farmers and Industry Development Fund of 10 billion. Third, implementation of universal health care, 18 billion. And last, organic law for the Bangsamoro region in Muslim Mindanao of 40 billion pesos. Mr. President, I would like to thank Attorney Yoli Doblon, Director Irene Palanca, and all the hardworking, disciplined staff of the LBRMO, and all my staff, Mr. President, as well as the staff of the vice chairs and all the members of this chamber. We have hardly had any sleep, Mr. President, since we started hearing this budget last year. And my voice is waning. I hope that the chamber will accept the product of our hard work, Mr. President. Thank you. I submit.
You're the leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no objection to the committee report, committee amendments of the gentlelady senator from Pandan, Antique, I move for the approval of the committee amendments, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is to approve the committee amendments. No objection. Motion is approved.
Thanks, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no individual amendments, we move to close the period of amendments. So move.
Any objection? There being none, period of amendments is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 8169 as amended. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, House Bill 8169 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this being a certified measure, I move that the Secretary read the certification of the President.
Secretary will read the certification.
Mr. Senate President, pursuant to the provisions of Article 6, Section 26, 2 of the 1987 Constitution, I hereby certify to the necessity of the immediate enactment of House Bill number 8169 that was transmitted to the Senate, entitled, An Act Appropriating Funds for the Operation of the Government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2019, and for other purposes, in order to address the need to maintain continuous government operations following the end of the current fiscal year, to expedite the funding of various programs, projects, and activities for fiscal year 2019, and to ensure budgetary preparedness that will enable the government to effectively perform its constitutional mandate. Best regards, very truly yours, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Si Senator Cheese nandun.
Can we put on the quorum bell, please, para they go down? So, Mr. President, this being a certified measure, we can do away with the 3-day requirement of the Constitution. But may I just ask for a 1-minute suspension before I move for the third reading vote? May I ask for a 1-minute suspension?
Session suspended. Okay? Yeah. Wala na.
Sunny, you got it. Okay, go. Mr. President, ready to resume.
Session resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we vote on third reading, House Bill number 8169. I so move, Mr. President.
The Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill Number 8169, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2019, and for other purposes. Roll call vote. Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Onasan, Ontiveros, Lacson, Legarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Pimentel, Poe, Recto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Zubiri, Senate President Soto III.
With 14 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 8169 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, may we recognize Senator...
The Minority Leader is recognized.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President. How was the vote of Senator Gordon recorded?
He did not participate.
May I ask for a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President? Maybe
Ay,
we
ka
ask...
na. Yeah. Did not take part, Your Honor. Did not take part. He did not abstain, he did not vote against.
Oh, boy. Anyway, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of the conferees on the part... Oh, yes, before we move on the conferees, Mr. President, Senator Risa Ontiveros would like to give an explanation of her vote.
Senator Ontiveros is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote yes to approve the proposed 2019 National Government Budget on third and final reading. The 2019 budget passed by the Senate almost fully restores the budget of the Department of Health, particularly the budget of the Department's Health Human Resources Deployment, HHRD, and Health Facilities Enhancement Program, HFEP. The restoration of the DOH's budget would ensure the continuation of key programs such as cancer control and the deployment of doctors, nurses, dentists, and midwives to rural areas and poor communities needed for the challenging task of providing universal health care for all. As a health advocate, this is an important character of the 2019 budget. Aside from this, I laud the openness of my colleagues under the leadership of the Finance Committee Chair, Senator Loren, openness to my proposed general and special provisions on the inclusion of the resettlement policy framework and income restoration to benefit affected families. These were the result of consultations with agencies and sectors to mitigate the impact of dislocation of families affected by the Build, Build, Build program. My office also forwarded in advance to the LBRMO my proposed provision pertaining to the implementation of fisherfolk settlements. Furthermore, the budget opened convergences through special provisions to improve the planning of roads around and leading to high-capacity transit nodes. This is to ensure that the benefits of transportation infrastructure being built will reach as many as possible. My colleagues in the Senate have been very generous and understanding in opening up to my recommendations and provisions. I thank all our sponsors, Mr. President, for their tireless work. However, Mr. President, we all know that our work is not yet finished. This version of the budget will have to satisfy the standards as provided to us by the Supreme Court on the proper planning, allocation, and disbursement of the nation's coffers. the process of coming to agreements would have been less difficult and less conflict-ridden had all the rules and mechanisms for a more democratic and evidence-based planning and budgeting been in place. Unfortunately, not only were the reforms not enough, the implementation is still also quite weak. Mr. President, what manifestation of this weakness is more glaring than our Senate having to work under pressure under an already reenacted budget? In the past 2 weeks, the disposition of 75 billion pesos worth of projects deemed inserted in the budget caused conflict among many. It highlighted how fragile our democracy is and how hard-won budget reforms could easily be rolled back in favor of the old system of patronage. I trust and I know, Mr. President, that the Senate will have the wisdom to know the right disposition of the 75 billion pesos. I also hope further that a reenacted budget will not happen again. Understanding that government services cannot be further delayed and unwilling to hold hostage our commitments to our people, including to our hardworking government workers, Mr. President, I vote yes. Salamat po, Mr. President.
All right. Yes,
Mr.
manifestation.
President, Senator Gordon is here.
Senator Gordon is here. Yes, I did not see
Put in the
him.
records that he'll vote in the affirmative. He wanted to vote yes.
Senator Gordon is recognized.
May I register my vote for the budget, Your Honor? I was just entertaining some visitors upstairs, and I asked permission from my good friend, but I think he forgot it. Sounds like he's getting advanced, how does? Anyway, Your Honor, that's all. I just want to manifest.
We place it on record. Senator Gordon is here, and he is in full support of the passage of the measure.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, in fairness to us, Mr. President, the gentle lady sponsor of the measure was giving out her amendments earlier. So I was looking for the staff of Senator Gordon. As a matter of fact, I even shouted there, Gordon, Gordon. But it's all Villar staff. There was no staff of Senator Gordon there. My friends there will attest that I was looking for the good senator because I know he wants to vote yes for the budget.
I appreciate the effort, Mr. President. I would not want to chastise my staff for my failure. But in reality, hindi lang nakuha kanina, sabi ko, I think he has advanced. Ano nga ba yan? Thank you very much.
All right. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We have already placed it on record. Yes.
Mr. President,
Same with Senator Ejercito.
Senator Ejercito would like to
Yes,
manifest.
I see him. We place it on record that Senator Ejercito is in full support of the passage of the budget.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues, the Senate President, Majority Leader, of course, the Minority Leader for the restoration of the Health Facilities Enhancement Program budget and the HRH budget for the Department of Health. And it was even the Minority Leader who really pushed for it. So that's the beauty of this institution, that we really cross party lines for the benefit of the Filipino people. And I'm really proud to be part of this institution. I'd like to thank again our colleagues for the support for the restoration of the budget for Department of Health.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
I just want to thank the Senate for inserting in the budget the 10 billion for the rice tariffication bill and the 10 billion for the coconut industry. Ano? Or including in the budget. Okay. Okay, so
Including, not inserting.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much for supporting the agri sector. Thank you very much.
And Mr. President, with the
So,
permission of the
Majority
body,
Leader.
if I can also give a manifestation of thanks to the sponsors for the inclusion as well of a budget for the Bangsamoro Organic Law, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Busti, Mindanao. Hopefully today will be the historic day for the yes vote, and an overwhelming yes vote, and a new dawn, a new era will be for the Bangsamoro region, fully for prosperity and peace. Mr. President, with that, we need to designate now our Senate panel to the Bicameral Conference Committee. So I move, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, the Senate President's designation of the conferees on the part of the Senate to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 8169 entitled Appropriating Funds for the Operation of the Government to the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2019, and for other purposes.
The following members...
May I ask for a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President, before you...
All right, the session is suspended. Ano, may mabaguhin ka? Instead of... Okay.
We may proceed, Mr. President.
Session resumed. The parliamentary status is that the Senate President is to designate the conferees. So, the following members are hereby designated on the part of the Senate to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes on House Bill 8169. They are Chairperson Legarda, members Recto, Zubiri, Villar, Lacson, Angara, Binay, Ejercito, Drilon, and Aquino.
Marami sa House.
So designated.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, very naughty. Our minority floor leader is very naughty. I think the only ones who can be in the Bicam will also vote. Mr. President, I move, with the permission of the body, I move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to calendar for special orders, committee report, Senate Bill number 2127 under committee report number 539. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is in order.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2127.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is in order.
May we ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure, Mr. President?
Secretary will read the title.
Senate Number 2127, an act to strengthen the country's gross international reserves, GIR, amending for the purpose sections 32 and 151 of the National Internal Revenue Code as amended and for other purposes.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may recognize Senator Sani Angara, Mr. President.
Senator Sani Angara is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Leader, dear colleagues, I rise to sponsor this measure aimed at strengthening the country's gross international reserves, or GIR, by exempting from income and excise taxes the sale of gold to the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, or BSP, from small-scale mining activities. This measure is geared towards correcting a well-meaning directive from the Bureau of Internal Revenue, which has unfortunately led to unintended consequences. There has been a decline in BSP gold purchases, and between 2005 and 2010, the BSP purchased close to 1 million troy ounces of gold produced from small-scale mining activities, or the equivalent of 2,362 gold bars. However, following the requirement by the BIR in July 2011, the BSP began to collect 5% creditable withholding taxes and 2% excise taxes on the sale of gold to the BSP. This has resulted in a decline of BSP's gold purchases to 35,000 troy ounces in 2012, which has continued to decline to merely 14,700 troy ounces in 2017. As of September 2018, the BSP has purchased an equivalent of only 19 gold bars, roughly the equivalent of 7,600 troy ounces. Worse, Philippine gold has started showing up on the black markets or in the black markets of other countries such as Hong Kong, China, Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia, depriving the domestic economy of the benefits from having the gold kept in the Philippines. In short, the huge reduction in the sale of gold to the BSP from small-scale mining activities has constrained the BSP from increasing the level of the country's gross international reserves, or GIR. Mr. President, there are three important reasons why this august body should enact this measure swiftly. Gold is the ultimate form of payment. And first of all, this measure is consistent with the existing legal framework, since the BSP is mandated under Section 65 of its Charter, Republic Act 76-53, to maintain the adequacy of the gross international reserves, GIR, of the Philippines to meet any foreseeable demands for foreign currencies, which may include but shall not be limited to gold and assets in foreign currency. Gold has been a valuable component of the Philippines' GIR. It represents the ultimate form of payment in the world. Central banks have long held on to gold as part of their international reserves for the following reasons. First is asset diversification, to protect the value of the total reserve portfolio. The second reason is economic security. Gold value is less volatile as compared to the value of major currencies. And the third reason is physical security. Gold maintains an intrinsic value and is less susceptible to foreign exchange controls. Gold also serves as a consistent hedge against the US dollar. Mr. President, second reason for why we should enact this measure to shore up our GIR, or gross international reserves, is because this bill serves vital economic and social purposes. Maintaining an adequate level of GIR improves the Philippines' creditworthiness. Adequate levels of GIR are rewarded with higher credit ratings, translating into lower borrowing costs, not only for the national government, but as well as for the private sector. A higher level of GIR also serves as a buffer against external economic and financial shocks by providing adequate cover for the country's import payments and foreign-denominated debt obligations. It provides the BSP with more leeway to manage domestic liquidity, thereby strengthening the BSP's ability to maintain price stability. The measure enables the BSP to better build up the country's GIR by buying domestically produced gold from small-scale miners using Philippine pesos. Buying gold from the domestic market results in a rise in the GIR, unlike buying using foreign currency, which simply alters the composition of the GIR. Meanwhile, purchasing gold using dollars acquired from the market affects the money supply with potential inflationary effects. This bill also helps small-scale miners who prefer to sell their gold to the BSP, which ensures, among others, that they would be able to receive a fair price for their gold instead of selling the gold to the black market, where prices tend to fall below market levels. The third reason for the passage of the bill, Mr. President, are the trade-offs, the revenue forgone if the measure is enacted. The trade-offs are manageable, Mr. President. Currently, the national government only collects 50 million pesos worth of revenues annually due to the low volume of sales of gold to the BSP. For 2018, the BSP expects to remit only around 30 million in revenues on gold transactions. On the other hand, reduced sale of gold has constrained the BSP from increasing the level of the country's GIR. We have seen the Philippines' GIR drop to a 7-year low at $74.8 billion as of end October 2018, $5.8 billion lower than the same month last year. A market perception of sustained decline in the GIR could cause unwanted volatility in the foreign exchange or forex market. This would require more costly forex intervention by the BSP with limited impact. The end result would be a much depreciated peso and much reduced GIR. Clearly, it would be far more prudent if we work towards deepening our international reserves instead of focusing on collecting rather shallow revenues from gold sales. The first undoubtedly overshadows the latter, considering the social impact of returning to the formal sector the sale of gold from small-scale mining. Leaving the situation unaddressed, Mr. President, will make it more difficult for us to deal with the resulting negative market perception from GIR reduction and the soft external trade situation. That our country's reserves continue to weaken underscores this measure's urgency. On this basis, Mr. President, I respectfully urge the honorable members of the Senate to approve the passage eventually of this gold bill to ensure the strength of the country's gross international reserves and promote the Philippines' greater monetary and external sector stability. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, for our colleagues to study the measure further, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2127.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, I believe there are some more reference of business. I move for the reference of business. Additional
There
reference.
is a second additional reference of business. The Secretary will proceed.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 2156 entitled, An Act Declaring the Third Sunday of November of every year as a National Day of Remembrance for Road Traffic Victims in the Philippines, introduced by Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
To the Committee on Public Services.
Senate number 2157 entitled, An Act Establishing a National Senior Vision Services Program for Elderly Persons with Functional Visual Impairments, introduced by Senator Lourdes Nancy S. Binay.
Referred to the Committees on Social Justice, Health, and Finance.
Senate number 2158 entitled, An Act Establishing an Advisory Office within the Department of Trade and Industry for the purpose of preventing fraud targeting senior citizens, introduced by Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay.
To the Committees on Trade, Social Justice, both.
Committee report. Committee report number 552, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, Ways and Means, and Finance on Senate number 2159 with Senators Aquino IV, Soto III, Angara, Trillanes IV, and De Lima as authors thereof, entitled, An Act Creating the National Commission of Senior Citizens, providing for its functions, abolishing the National Coordinating Council and Monitoring Board, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 7432 as amended, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 674, 1881, and 2099, sponsor Senator Laila M. De Lima.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed with the Senate President's designation of the Senate Conference of the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1299 and House Bill number 8784. This is the title is 100% service charge collected in hotels and other establishments to be distributed to all covered employees.
The following members are hereby designated as conferees on the disagreeing provisions of 1299 and House Bill 8784. Senator Villanueva as chairperson, members Ejercito, Angara, Binay, and Hontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I ask for a 1-minute suspension?
Session suspended. Biggs. Sabi mo kay ano?
What page? What page? Page ano? Nahulog ka pa. Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, just for clarification, the adoption of 87, House Bill number 8741 on the Faith Academy Bill. A while ago, we moved for the adoption of the House Bill on the House Bill number 8741. We would like to reiterate that the said adoption is considered as an amendment to Senate Bill number 1669 for the record, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to calendar for special orders, Senate Bill number 2025.
Is there any objection? There being none,
I'm sorry.
Majority Leader.
My apologies, Mr. President. 2133, rather. Senate Bill number 2133.
Is there any objection?
Here,
There
boss.
being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2133 and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure. Oh, Mr. Fab.
Please proceed.
Senate Bill number 2133, an act further strengthening the powers and functions of the Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan, AFAB, amending for this purpose Republic Act number 9728, otherwise known as the Freeport Area of Bataan FAB Act of 2009.
Mr. President, may we recognize the sponsor, the Chair of the Committee on Economic Affairs, no other than Senator Win Gatchalian.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Mr. President, honorable colleagues in the Senate, good afternoon. Free ports have made their mark as deliberate tools of economic development, spurring opportunities for new businesses and creating jobs. One free port in the country has stood out in terms of performance, and it is the Freeport area of Bataan. Now, those who are familiar with the Freeport area of Bataan know that it is a different animal compared to its more famous competitors like the Subic and Clark. Subic and Clark have developed into economic Freeport powerhouses over the decades precisely because of their strategic locations and geographical advantages. In stark contrast, the Freeport area of Bataan has developed into a significant economic force despite its clear geographical disadvantages and relative isolation from Metro Manila compared to the two. Indeed, its success as a free port is attributable to its managing authority, the Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan, or AFAB. Since its creation in 2009, the AFAB has been one of the best performing investment promotion agencies in the country. Under AFAB supervision, the FAB has significantly grown as an investment destination, from having 33 registered enterprises with 5 billion committed investments in 2010. 5 million committed investments in 2010. AFAB has able to register a total of 130 enterprises with 6.99 billion worth of committed investments in 2018. This means that since AFAB's creation, the number of AFAB registered enterprises has quadrupled and committed investments has grown by 2,000-fold on average. Also, manufacturers and/or exporters of various kinds of bags with brands like Michael Kors, Tory Burch, Coach, Montbell, and Black Diamond, safety and rubber shoes, and tennis and squash balls with brands like Schlesinger, Altama, and Red Tape, kayaks and snowshoes, baby carriers, car seats, fiberglass parts for train interiors, and PVC sheets used for construction and medical devices have set up their respective manufacturing sites in FAB. Moreover, FAB has generated 39,266 jobs for Bataan residents as of December 2018, which tripled from 12,777 jobs in 2010. It is worthy to note that in 2015, AFAB ranked third in job generation among IPAs managing legislated ecozones in the country, next only to Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority and Clark Freeport Zone. This increase in employment was instrumental in helping bring down Bataan's poverty incidence among families to 1.6% in 2015, one of the lowest, if not the lowest, in the country from 5.9% in 2009 when the AFAB was established. This translates to a reduction of the number of poor families in Bataan from 8,668 in 2009 to 2,751 in 2015. Moreover, the AFAB was also instrumental in helping the municipality of Mariveles attain 100% PhilHealth membership coverage. It was also pointed out during a public hearing by the mayor of the municipality of Mariveles that the AFAB gave the people of Mariveles the capacity to make purchases for their needs, to have the money for medical expenses, and eventually enabled some of them to establish their own businesses. This increase in purchasing capacity resulted to an increase in business tax collection by the municipality of Mariveles from 32 million pesos in 2010 to 130 million pesos in 2017. Further, a cost-benefit analysis done by the AFAB shows how the FAB contributed in Bataan's economy and that of the entire country. For 7 years, from 2010 to 2016, the FAB was able to contribute more than 74 billion pesos to the Philippine economy, net of cost. In other words, the government has gained 6.5 pesos for every peso it has spent or forgone on the FAB. The success of AFAB would not have been possible without the dedicated management team tasked to promote Bataan as an investment destination, as well as good relationship cultivated by the AFAB with the municipal government of Mariveles and the provincial government of Bataan as well. This is just a snapshot of the potential of the AFAB, Mr. President, and we would like to replicate the success in other parts of Bataan. Thus, I stand before you today to present the proposed amendments to the Charter of AFAB to enable it to unlock the full potential of the Freeport area of Bataan as an investment destination. The proposed legislation endeavors to strengthen the powers and functions of the AFAB to encourage higher migration of businesses and skilled workers into the province of Bataan, enhance its international positioning and competitiveness, and push greater contributions to national development. In particular, this proposed measure enables AFAB to create opportunities for more investment portfolios to come to Bataan by clarifying and expanding the FAB territory, encouraging sunrise industries and investments in skills, infrastructure, research and development, enabling it to be the best model business center and one-stop shop for ease of doing business and strengthening its financial capability. Mr. President, the original proclaimed area of the Freeport area of Bataan is over 1,600 hectares. Hindi ho masyadong malawak yung area for development because these are mountainous and rolling areas. The developed areas total only about 456 hectares, and the occupied areas total 555 hectares, leaving only 101 hectares for further development. Of these remaining areas, only 3 parcels of land are zoned to receive industrial-related investment, and these are not even contiguous. This is the reason why expanding the FAB territory is sorely needed. This proposed measure would clarify the current FAB territory to include the rest of the municipality of Mariveles outside the former Bataan Economic Zone and its municipal waters, and would expand it to include inlandable and disposable public lands and municipal waters of the expansion areas. Moreover, the proposed measure would allow AFAB to create the best model business center and one-stop shop for locators by giving AFAB certain powers within the FAB territory and unburdening other government agencies. This one-stop shop approach is designed to improve ease of doing business and lower bureaucratic burdens of investing and doing business within the FAB. To balance the giving of additional powers to AFAB and as good governance measure, the proposed measure provides for the separation of roles of the chairman and administrator of AFAB. Mr. President, the Freeport area of Bataan has so far contributed not only to the municipality of Mariveles and the province of Bataan, but to the country as well. With the passage of this measure and the full implementation of its objectives, AFAB is projected to generate around 600 billion pesos in investments with a total of 313 locators and 92,995 workers by 2032. I would like to thank the good senator from Zambales, Senator Dick Gordon, for filing the Senate version of this bill that seeks to further strengthen the AFAB. He and I understand the immediate passage of this bill to expand and empower AFAB can only bring good things to the economy and our people. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
He's the founder of the movement. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to study the measure further, may move to suspend consideration of this.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to calendar of special orders Senate Resolution number 425 and Senate Resolution number 843, as well as Senate Resolution number 849. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move with the consent of the body, move to consider these said resolutions, Senate Resolution number 425, 843, and 849, and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
This is under Committee Report 544.
Under Committee Report 544. This is only under one
The
committee.
Secretary will read the title of the resolutions.
PS Resolution number 425 titled Resolution Directing the Senate Committee on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations Blue Ribbon to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the 6.4 billion peso worth of shabu shipment from China on the possible malfeasance, misfeasance, and nonfeasance of Bureau of Customs BOC officials and employees. PS Resolution number 843 entitled Resolution Directing the Appropriate Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the alleged shipment of 6.8 billion peso worth of shabu smuggled into the country and the possible lack of coordination among the Bureau of Customs, the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, and the Philippine National Police. PS Resolution number 849 titled Resolution Directing the Senate Committee on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation on how a shabu shipment worth 6.8 billion pesos managed to enter the country through the Manila International Container Port and slip through the inspection of Bureau of Customs.
The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the Blue Ribbon Committee, no other than Senator Richard Gordon.
Senator Richard Gordon is recognized to sponsor the committee report.
Mr. President, thank you very much, and distinguished colleagues, good afternoon. I'm honored to sponsor today committee report number 5445 filed on December 13, 2018, which is a product of the Committee on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations, after the Blue Ribbon Committee conducted 7 public hearings on the issue regarding the shipment of shabu concealed in magnetic lifters. Mr. President, we are under invasion of drugs in large quantities. Billions of pesos of drugs are coming in, while on the other hand, a lot of people in our country are being slain in the streets for very, very little amounts of shabu. And that is why it is important that the Senate take attention or pay attention and see our way clear in making sure that we can stop this flow. It's not only us, but Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, which are being interdicted by goods coming from, by shabu coming from Myanmar, all the way to Israel, Mr. President, according to a World Bank report. Thus, despite the previous investigation, big amount of drugs still kept coming in our country through the use of the same modus operandi. I'm sorry, it has not been long since the committee released committee report number 168. This is committee report 544. 168 report contained a report regarding 6.4 billion pesos worth of shabu concealed in printing cylinders seized in Venezuela after a batch-controlled report. I hope that we could show the slides of the effort just to emphasize the fact that these are very, very big cylinders. This is the one on magnetic lifters, and they put the drugs in, and the other one was on metal cylinders, the one that was captured in Venezuela, Your Honor. Thus, despite the previous investigation, big amounts of drugs still kept coming into our country through the use of the same modus operandi. It seems that we have not yet learned our lesson, or the criminals have become more emboldened. The investigation concerned 2 shipments insofar as the 544 report is concerned. 1, Vekaba shipment involving 2 magnetic lifters in the MICP in Manila. And 2, SMYD, a consignee shipment involving 4 magnetic lifters in GMA Cavite. That the shipments are one and the same design or by the same group of people cannot be gainsaid. Number 1, the modus operandi is too similar to have been independently thought out of each other. Both involve lifters having the same design with the made in Vietnam markings, Mr. President. All lifters had hollowed out portions where drugs were found or supposed to have been hidden. 3, both shipments arrived in the port of Manila. 4, efforts were made to amend the bill of lading of the Vekaba shipment on July 2 and 4 as follows. 1, an attempt to change the person, who the original consignee from Vedasto Cabral, Barakel, to Mr. Zhang Quan, Chinese national. Mr. Barakel is not related to Rizal Barakel, of course, Mr. President. 2, changing the description of goods, can you imagine, from door frames to electronic magnet for steel. 3, address from 712 Galicia Street, Sampaloc, Manila, to Lot 1-8 CRS Subdivision, Barangay F. Reyes, GMA, General Mariano Alvarez, Cavite, the very same address where the 4 magnetic lifters were eventually delivered. Here's the rub. As early as July 16, dismissed PNP official Eduardo Asierto. He was dismissed by the ombudsman because he sold 1,200 AK-47s to the NPA. And allegedly, he received a tip from a confidential informant that drugs were coming in from Malaysia, to which was relayed to PIDEA's Ismael Fajardo. Ismael Fajardo is number 2 in the PIDEA, Mr. President. We must view this information with great suspicion, for at this time the magnetic lifters that contained drugs had already arrived on 28 June. Also, if the tip referred to the other shipment by this Colonel Asierto, the container had already arrived in Manila, released from customs in record time, delivered to Cavite, and its contents emptied the day before on 15 July. Huli na ang lahat finally. Mr. President, you will note that on July 16, Asierto said there was another shipment coming, and he was referring to the MICT shipment after he knew lumabas na yung shipment na ilabas na ng mga Chinese yung sa Cavite. Another start and questionable, various casing operations and case conferences were also held by Colonel Fajardo, Asierto, and Guban prior to the arrival and raid of the shipments. Mr. Guban was supposed to be an agent of customs. Another stark and questionable concern was that the warehouse was rented to James Pong, a Mr. Roy Wang, and a Mr. Chun. It was paid with checks issued by Zhu Chung Chun and another Chinese signatory. By July 15, the Chinese had already taken out all the contents of the lifters and practically used the warehouse for only 2 days, paying rent of nearly $1 million pesos. After the Chinese left, they never came back, Mr. President. Moreover, on July 14, prior to the delivery of the SMYD shipment in Cavite, X-ray examiner Noli Martinez concluded it as no suspect. You imagine, dumaan sa shipment po ng malaki, no suspect raw. However, on July 15, several Chinese men were seen entering the warehouse after it was delivered there, and thereafter, the sound of a grinder hitting on metal was heard. They shooed away the Filipinos, told them to move away. They locked them up the warehouse and started operating there for about 6 hours. And eventually, when they left, they locked it up and never came back. This led us to conclude that there was something inside those lifters that needed to be removed. Otherwise, why need grinders? Also, the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency released a report that after the reweighing of the container and lifters consigned to SMYD, it was found that there was a discrepancy of 1.6 tons. Nagkaiba na. So pumasok 1.6 tons, Mr. President. Moreover, Board of Customs X-ray Division, Attorney Lourdes Mangawang, a UP graduate, very assertive woman, conducted a review and intensive investigation after we called her of the films and concluded, these are the X-ray films, and concluded that there were blackened portions in the slides, indicating that there were suspicious-looking substances in the hollowed portions that if the operator was more prudent and competent or not part of the cabal, would have recommended this opening so an inspection would have been made. Hindi nangyari yun. NOPTEP, or the manufacturer's representatives of the X-ray themselves, said that the thickness of the lifter size were only 1.5 inches, and the container's van size, where it was contained, 3 inches. That's a total of 4.5 inches. The X-ray capacity could penetrate, Mr. President, of up to 11 inches of steel. Imagine, 4.5 inches lang. Hindi pa nakita nila, 11 inches ang kapasidad ng X-ray. This makes plausible the assertion of Mangawang that there was something inside which could have been noticed if one wanted to. Mahirap makakita ang taong nagbubulag-bulagan, Mr. President. After several hearings conducted, the committee has the following recommendations. 1, eliminate consignees for hire. You will recall that we had extensive investigations. And the modus operandi is get a consignee who probably doesn't even have an office worth its while, but are putting in millions and millions of smuggled items, and yet they only have an office. They are just dummies, Mr. President. And the recommendation, therefore, is to eliminate these consignees for hire because they're just fronts. Pag nahuli na, sumisibat. Fortunately, the Blue Ribbon Committee, your committee, was able to put Mr. Taguba, one of the biggest consignees, in jail, along with the other Chinese who are still in jail at the moment. Coordination and cooperation with the Bureau of Customs, second recommendation, Bureau of Internal Revenue, and the Department of Trade and Industry in the registration and accreditation of consignees. Registrations for accreditation must be jointly made, determined, and approved. Can you imagine one consignee imports hundreds of millions but pays only a few thousand pesos with the BIR? They should pursue the sharing of data so they can get together and determine who is paying what and for how much. And we have proof of that, Mr. President. Lifestyle check is also recommended of all involved and named in the report, including investigation by the Anti-Money Laundering Council. 4, amendment of Section 710. I'm sorry, this should really be 6. 4, indeed. Otherwise known as the Customs Modernization and Tariff, to declare shipments as abandoned within a period of 3 days as opposed to the current period of 30 days. Can you imagine, Mr. President, this stayed in the customs holding area for about a month and a half, almost 2 months to be precise. Nakaparada lang doon, kunyari hinahanap nila guban, pero in reality they wanted to get it out. So kung nakaparada yun na matagal, kung talaga may limit tayo, kung kailan dapat buksan, kung walang dinideclare, dapat buksan na yan para malaman, mahuli kung nag-i-smuggle. 5, conduct periodic trainings to X-ray examiners, at least putting levity into the forefront, examine their eyes. Wala ho eh, mata. hindi makakita eh. Bulag talaga, nagbubulag-bulagan. So they have to have periodic training of X-ray examiners as well as their supervisors. 6, I already recommended this previously, and according to Secretary Dominguez, they're going to integrate all the training, but I still recommend a Customs Academy. Mahirap magtanggal kung wala tayong kapalit. Kailangan may nakahandang kapalit na bago, kundi papalit mo lang yung dating tirador, Mr. President. So we would like a Customs Academy that can immediately replace people or indeed fooling around. 7, extensively and intensively pursue diplomatic and commercial efforts through the Department of Foreign Affairs and Manila Economic and Cultural Office, as well as with other neighboring countries, including China, Vietnam, Myanmar. These are countries that are involved, including even Taiwan. For the AMLC and SCT to investigate alleged rampant use of fictitious names and fake alien certificates of registration in the opening of bank accounts and business registration for nefarious purposes. Now, Mr. President, all of us are persons, there's a term in the AMLA that when a politician puts in money, they are immediately checked. Now, these people are aliens and they're able to open bank accounts with wild abandon, Mr. President. They should be checked right away. Otherwise, they're being used to launder money right away. Further, as part of the committee report, we find that certain individuals need to be further investigated by the DOJ, the Ombudsman, and other concerned agencies for both administrative and criminal culpability as follows. Your committee has been in touch with the Secretary of Justice, going out of our way, even with the ambassador from China, to meet with them and request their help. But in reality, cases have to be filed immediately by the Department of Justice or by the Ombudsman with respect to these folks. Number one, Mr. President, Comprehensive Drugs and Dangerous Drugs Act, importation of dangerous drugs and our controlled precursors and essential chemicals. We'd like to file cases against Asierto, Fajardo. These are colonels, Mr. President. Asierto was in the anti-drug operation of PIDEA. You can take a look at the amount of drugs that were taken in one container. He's been there for 18 years. Fajardo went up to number 2. In other words, he was right beside the leader of PIDEA. Guban was a guy who was the inside man, but later on turned and we recommended him as a state witness. That's how we got Fajardo and Asierto. Signapan is the SMYD consignee. Quasay is the daughter of one of the very, very big suspects in smuggling. The Mayuga was another pawn. Necesario, Santos, Martinez were the extra examiners. Ubali, the appraiser. Garcia, an examiner. Casey, Chan, instruction, looking on to inquire on how to re-export because they were asked whether they can re-export. Nung nakalabas sila sa Cavite, hindi nila makuha, pinare-re-export nila. Of course, they could not do that. Su Chung Chun issued checks for the warehouse. Sang Quan, amended contact person for the MICP lifters. Lin Tian Yi and Lu Tian Yi, drug trafficking syndicate heads, as per Asierto. Chen Min Suan and Fung and Ping Chung James, lessee of warehouse. You can imagine how hard it is to remember all these Chinese names. But nonetheless, there has got to be kusang loob, balasakit, para mahuli itong mga ito. 2, anti-graft and corrupt practices, persuading, inducing, or influencing another public officer to perform an act constituting a violation of rules and regulations duly promulgated by competent authority or an offense in connection with the official duties of the latter, or allowing himself to be persuaded, induced, or influenced to commit such violation or offense. These are Asierto, Colonel Asierto, Colonel Fajardo, and Guban. Again, he is a state witness. Any person knowingly to induce or cause any public official to commit any of the offenses defined in the anti-graft, and these are Signapan, Quasay, and Santos. 3, Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees. Disclosure and or misuse of confidential information. These were performed by Fajardo, Guban, Martinez, Umali, the X-ray, and the appraiser, respectively, Garcia, the examiner. Obstruction of justice, Mr. President. Any person who knowingly or willfully obstructs, impedes, frustrates, or delays the apprehension of suspects and the investigation and prosecution of criminal cases by committing any of the following acts: giving of false or fabricated information to mislead or prevent the law enforcement agencies from apprehending the offender, or from protecting the life or property of the victim, or fabricating information from the data gathered in confidence by investigating authorities for purposes of background information and not for publication, and publishing or disseminating the same to mislead the investigator or to the court. These are Colonel Asierto, Fajardo, Guban, and Necesario. 5, direct bribery, revised penal code. Any public officer who shall agree to perform an act constituting a crime in connection with the performance of this official duties in consideration of any offer, promise, gift, or present received by such officer, personally or through the mediation of another. These are Asierto, who was able to get in and out of customs and, was watching the whole proceedings while he was already suspended and later on removed. Fajardo, who is the number 2 guy, the inside man. Guban, the Mayuga, Martinez, the extra examiner, Umali, and the Garcia examiner. They were all accused of receiving tara, along with a slew of others. 6, corruption of public officials, revised penal code. Any person who shall have made the offers or promises or given the gifts or present as described in the bribery. This should be one of the big smugglers, Mrs. Santos, who has been involved in bringing in big volumes through the use of consignee. I am also happy to say, I don't know whether I should really be happy, but it could be pabalat-bunga, Mr. President, that the PDEA has already filed charges before the DOJ for violation of the Comprehensive Dangerous Act for conspiracy to import, trade, and transport dangerous drugs, corrupt practices of public officers, and obstruction of justice, among others, after having taken into consideration our committee's report. Mr. President, there has got to be some urgency here. I have taken the matter up a week ago with the President and told him these two people are still at large. So these are officers. These are the highest big fish so far that we have found in terms of drug smuggling. Colonel Acerto and Colonel Fajardo. And they have not been captured. And they say they could not find them. Mr. President, I cannot believe that. I mean, the Senate or the Congress should not allow these guys to be running around and appear when they want to come out. Otherwise, we can expect more shipments to come in here because crime does pay, Mr. President. There are already two attempts, two big attempts, billions of pesos. One involved a Colonel Estrella who botched the continuation of the operation, which is supposed to be under surveillance all the way down. He opened the first container and therefore botched the final destination of the others where the Chinese should have been. So they got away with it. And I don't think any cases have been filed against him yet. However, Taguba and others have cases filed and they are now under investigation. In this particular case, we have talked to no less than the Secretary of Justice, and according to him, they're preparing a more airtight case in terms of prosecuting these individuals. Mr. President, we can investigate and investigate and investigate ad absurdum or ad nauseam, unless the Senate exerts pressure upon the authorities and cases are filed. And we should tell them, unless they capture them, I think there should even be a suspension of the budget of some of these agencies if they cannot arrest their own fellow individuals who are known to them, who were working with them through the years in PIDEA, and also another officer who not only graduated from the Philippine Military Academy, but has shamed the Academy by acting. The very fact that he's not been captured means na talagang siya ang mastermind. And we have proof of that. Tahin-tahi na po yan. And so, Mr. President, I would like to commend our Blue Ribbon staff, as well as my own legislative staff who work day and night. We really work very, very hard, spending long hours, and we were able to make sure that we could dot all the I's and cross all the T's. We have not completed, actually, what we wanted to go, because I think it really requires a full-blown effort to make sure that we can capture them. But the job of the Senate is really to make sure that we can make recommendations in terms of in aid of legislation. That is why this is the only thing we can do. The arrests would have to be made. And in most cases, Mr. President, as we complete our 17th Congress, if I may, the Blue Ribbon Committee has put people in the Immigration Department, no less than Bureau of Immigration heads, who didn't know how to count adequately and was trying to escape plunder by taking out 1,000 from the 50 million that they got. They're already in jail, Mr. President, along with others. Other people like Taguba and company are already in jail, Mr. President. We have been successful because of the industriousness of the Senate, our senators, and our people working in the staff. So, Mr. President, we thank you for your continued support, as well as our colleagues here, and we hope that we can continue whenever we meet with the President to remind him that there are still big fish around that have not been captured, and that the real drug solution would be to try and capture all these big guys instead of just the small fish, Your Honor. Mr. President, I kid you not, it is not only happening in the Philippines, but just because it is happening elsewhere does not give us time to say, oh, it's happening everywhere. Mr. President, we must shut down all these operations, engage. They have a budget of, I believe, 460 million pesos, Mr. President, for PIDEA. The PNP has a budget of almost 900 million, Mr. President. Ano ba naman yan? I know that we have police in China. We should have police in Taiwan. We should have police in Hong Kong. And they should be working. And if they don't have any report, we should replace them. But we must pursue these people to the ends of the earth, Mr. President, because they harm the young people, our country, and that is our full recommendation. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your patience, and to our colleagues for your kindness. Thank you.
Mr. President, Senator Frank Dillon would like to just ask a few questions, with the permission of the body.
Senator Dillon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman sponsor yield to a few questions and manifestations?
Always, Mr. President, to my longtime friend and colleague.
First of all, let me spread it to the record. My personal commendation for the effort exerted by the chair of the Blue Ribbon Committee and by the Blue Ribbon Committee itself and the staff of Senator Gordon in coming up with this very comprehensive report. I have reservations about the statement of the good gentleman sponsor that the only work of the Senate is to enact policies or enact laws which will contain policies of governance. We have also an oversight function to perform. And what we have noted is that not only in this Congress, but in the previous Congresses, there are a number of recommendations to the executive or to the other branches of government, but usually we fail to do the necessary follow-up, the necessary questions, which will ensure the exercise of the functions of the executive or the judiciary, which the committee in its report would ask for, would require as part of its oversight functions. Having said that, in this particular case, may I know from the good sponsor if he has anything in mind in order to be able to make sure that the recommendations for executive action are properly implemented through this, as contained in his report?
Well, Mr. President, I've been following up, and other agencies, as I said, Department of Justice. And one of my recommendations since time immemorial that I became Blue Ribbon is to ask them to monitor the hearings, because evidence is being gathered, Mr. President, as we speak. And, you know, if we're going to wait for the report to be completed, these guys would have blown the coop, Mr. President. That's one recommendation, and I think that in the future, we would have to require the Ombudsman to send a representative as amicus of the Blue Ribbon, as well as the DOJ, and they should be monitoring so that immediately they can do that. We did that with the road users tax, road users anomaly in Jansan, and we're getting somewhere there as well. Cases are being filed. But the gentleman is obviously very, very correct. We cannot just say, oh, hintay natin silang gagalaw. Kailangan talaga pipilitin natin gumalaw. Because if they don't, wala mangyayari. So, again, you will recall, we have had our disagreements even with the President when he sent Colonel Marcos to another station. And during the hearing, I think you were there, Your Honor, the gentleman from Iloilo was there, Senator Dillon, Senator Lacson, and this representation, including Senator Ornasan, told the President in no uncertain terms that we are not happy when he tends to forgive these guys and transfer them. So really, the Senate has got to try and certainly, with the help of the Senate President, engage into a more aggressive way to convince them, and at the same time use the power of the purse, eventually.
You know, Mr. President, I think the point I'm driving at, what can the gentleman sponsor recommend so that we can more effectively perform our oversight functions in terms of making sure that the officials of the executive branch who are called upon to perform their task do perform their task? As cited by Senator Gordon, apparently there are lapses, there's total neglect in apprehension of several police officials who obviously are involved in this anomaly.
Yes, Mr. President. Again, I use the word prescient when I describe my good friend, Senator Dillon. Let me just put it this way, Mr. President. We did warn the Customs Commissioner that if the budget or the collections do not go up in respect to the first investigation, we were going to call them regularly. And you know what, Mr. President? collections went up when Sid La Peña came up, and that's why a lot of people were asking for it. In reality, the cost of collection went up not just significantly, but dramatically. We will watch out for that with the cooperation of the Committee on Finance, headed by Single Senator Lauren Legarda, but also all the other pertinent committees should be asked to do that. Again, when you talk about such huge shipments, Your Honor, the PIDEA must be called to task. Mr. President, in this particular case, let me remind the complete facts about this matter. The gentleman from PIDEA, Aaron Aquino, said he was sure there were drugs in Cavite. But, you know, the President said, no, there are no drugs. Then I talked to the Chief PNP. He said, no, we swiped it. There are no drugs. We did not stop, Your Honor, and that's why you will recall in our presentation, we noticed a Sherto came out on the 16th of July that there was another shipment coming out. And when you look at the confluence of events, on July 15, the goods arrived on July 14. By July 15, the Chinese had entered in Cavite, removed it, and because they've already removed it, now this guy has the gumption to say, oh, there's still another one coming to lay, to sideswipe us from following the spoor. And so, Mr. President, you can see that your committee has been trying to do that, and that's how we got it together. The other thing is, the PIDEA, headed by Figueroa, by Pardo, engaged into a big expedition at the time the shipment is going to Cavite. And the mission order covered Region 4, Region 3, Metro Manila. You can imagine the expense of having several cars going all over the place. At the time it was going out, they never captured anybody. I fear that they were really escorting the drugs out, Mr. President. And I told them that because there was nothing. In fact, Mr. President, Colonel Asherto gave, was it 150,000, 300,000? 300,000 to make sure that, allegedly to pay off they tried to change the consignee. And another policeman gave it the 300,000. How would Asherto get that money? He was already under severe strain. He was already being checked left and right. That's why we have to follow up on the lifestyle check, Mr. President. And we could do that and call it in and call them and ask. The other thing that I failed to recommend, and we're still studying it, is that when it comes to Blue Ribbon investigations, Mr. President, we should not be required to have a court order well, we should have a memorandum of agreement with the anti-money laundering council, because they were asking us we have to get a court order before we can show you the bank accounts. In fact, I was very upset with BDO, and I said, all I'm asking you is provide us with some of your videos or your CCTV, as well as, we were trying to get the identity of the Chinese. Can you imagine this Chinese deposited so much money, and yet, wala na ngayon, nakalabas na. So there are lapses in the law, Mr. President, and I would really exhort everybody to try and go on a full court press and tighten it up, especially when the Blue Ribbon or other agencies of the committee of the Senate are trying to investigate on a very vital matter. We might have a memorandum of agreement where the Senate President, together with the minority, can sign a request from money laundering or to make sure that they produce the documents that we require without having to go through a very difficult process of getting a court order, Mr. President.
Just on that point, unfortunately, I think the law defines in very clear terms the process to be followed.
That's correct.
Which process may not be amended by a mere memorandum between the Senate and the Anti-Money Laundering Council. But anyway, the point that we're driving at is, I think we owe it to our people to be able to effectively exercise our oversight function, taking off from the findings of the Blue Ribbon Committee. And I refer to the gentleman as to how we can do it so that we can make the recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Committee well researched, well-grounded, well-supported by facts, how we can make it effective by forcing the agencies to listen to these findings. The most usual or the most obvious, the most immediate, for example, in these times would be the budget. But I think the gentleman from Zambales would agree that utilizing the budget is not effective.
That's correct, Mr. President. That's why we use the research conducted by the Blue Ribbon staff and my staff. And we actually take a big bite out of their theories by having the timeline. And that's how we captured many of them, Mr. Honor. We were able to come out with a very cogent conclusion. And that is why, again, Mr. President, please be assured that we will continue to go to request, if necessary, bring the Department of Justice here and ask him what has been done, Mr. President. Or for that matter, ask the Ombudsman, if he will, to show how we can work together in making sure that we can get this thing done together, Mr. President. I think that is important.
Yes, that's the gentleman from the gentleman sponsor pointed out to something obvious. It's a question of our being able to closely follow this up, assert our oversight function, put them to task if nothing is done about these recommendations after the Senate would approve the recommendations. So I leave it up to the committee chair and the leadership of the Senate how we can make effective these recommendations, which are the result of hundreds of man-hours of research.
In fact, Mr. President, this representation went to the President himself just a few days ago and told him, sir, we have to go after these guys. And also to the Secretary of Justice, and also to the PNP when I see them, because I tell them, wala pa nangyayari. And I think by doing so, a direct step would be to formally call them and say, this is the report, what have we done with it?
Yan, ang sinabi po ng ating chairman, wala parang nangyayari is what really concerns this representation. All this effort done, all these reports made, all the committee reports being approved by the Senate, wala pa rin nangyayari.
I agree with the gentleman, and that's why we are not giving up, Your Honor. We are intent to do so with the help of the whole Senate.
So that is what the policy issue I want to put into consideration, that we should exert effort in the Senate to make sure that these recommendations, particularly in the arrest and prosecution of those who are found by the Blue Ribbon to be responsible for all these anomalies, put them before the bar of the law and punish, and make sure that they get punished. Otherwise, we will continue with the kill, kill, kill policy, because the needed recommendations are not acted upon. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and once more, let me place of record my commendation for the committee for this Herculean effort that they have been doing in order to unearth this very difficult and anomalous situation that we are in.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a point of information, as the President is aware, I'd even asked him to our, and I've not used it yet in terms of getting additional security for us, because I've had to borrow a bulletproof car as well as other things, just to let everybody know that this is, we're not playing games here. And we're getting all kinds of reports that I'm not making a big fuss over it, but it's always good to be very, very careful, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we recognize Mr. President, Senator Trillanes for a manifestation, the one that's really looking out for Senator Gordon really is his wife, Ninang Kate Gordon. That's why he's always under bodyguard security.
No. Actually, Mr. President, when I started, I had no bodyguards. I only had one. I mean, I don't like, my wife wants our privacy maintained, and also we don't want to be running around. And I'm with the Red Cross. I cannot even carry a gun in my car. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Sometimes you're too fast for me.
Thank you, Mr.
I
President.
know that out of habit from your wife, you learn that fast.
Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Trillanes?
Senator Trillanes is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me start my manifestation by commending the chairman of the Blue Ribbon Committee, as well as the Blue Ribbon Committee staff for the very exhaustive investigation about this shabu shipment. However, let me just state also for the record that this representation firmly believes that the true mastermind behind this shipment has yet to be identified, because while the three facilitators, Mr. Fajardo, Ascerto, and Guban, appear to have coordinated with each other to facilitate the entry of this shipment. However, they could not possibly have financed this shabu shipment worth billions of pesos. So the true drug lord is out there and is yet to be named, although we have some insights or information about who this person is, but in time, probably this person would be identified.
That is most appreciated, Your Honor, because we even went to, I even talked to Mr. Ascerto and told him that if he cooperated, we would assist him and try to get him gone, because I think that the masterminds have not really been unmasked, and this includes Chinese and possibly Filipinos, or even some people in customs. We don't know, Mr. President.
That's all, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and we appreciate the offer of providing us with additional intelligence. So the Blue Ribbon can motu proprio reopen it, and we will do it if we have to, Mr. President.
And Mr. President, I'd like to also manifest to commend the gentleman from Zambales, the hard work that is put into this. I think this is this issue, he had as the most number of committee hearings and investigations conducted by a committee for this Congress. And as we have seen through his committee report, there are already suspects or persons of interest that government agencies can go after. And we commend the distinguished chairman of this committee for such hard work, as well as his staff. I think we have to commend his staff, Mr. President. I think they hardly sleep. These gentlemen, ladies, they work so hard and put their life on the line together with the chairperson. And with that, Mr. President, I want to make this motion so that we can move this committee report forward. I move that we adopt the recommendations contained in committee report number 544. I so move, Mr. President. We move to adopt, Mr. President, the committee report and its recommendations.
All right. Any objection? There being none, the committee report is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, Senator Gatchalian wants to give a bonus to the committee, especially to the staff. I wouldn't mind. He's selling a lot of lechon, especially during the holidays.
From his lechon, Gatchalian lechon.
Right.
Mr. President, we move to transfer, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special orders, committee report, or Senate Bill number 2159 and the committee report number 552. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the colleagues, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2159.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Consideration of the measure is in order.
May we ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure?
The Secretary will read the title of the measure.
Senate Bill number 2159, an act creating the National Commission of Senior Citizens, providing for its functions, abolishing the National Coordinating Council and Monitoring Board, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 7432 as amended, and appropriating funds therefore.
Mr. President, may we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Antonio Sani Trillanes IV.
Senator Trillanes is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Social Justice, Welfare and Development has the honor to sponsor Senate Bill number 2159, otherwise known as the National Commission of Senior Citizens Act, under Committee Report number 552. Let me just take note that the original, or the principal author of this piece of legislation is no less than the Senate President, Senator Vicente Soto III. Article 15, Section 4 of the 1987 Constitution states that the family has the duty to care for its elder members, but the state may also do so through just programs of social security. It is for this reason that our government has legislated a number of measures that seek to support and recognize our elderly in the Philippines. Foremost of this is the expanded Senior Citizens Act, which provides privileges and certain government assistance to our senior citizens. We also celebrate the National Elderly Week every October by virtue of Proclamation number 470 to raise public awareness on the different issues concerning our senior citizens. The Population Commission said that the country would soon be having an aging population. In 2018, it projected that the population of our senior citizens, people with age of at least 60 years old, would have reached 8% of the total population, that is 8,013,059. Of this number, an estimated 4.7% are aged 65 and above. This is consistent with the findings of the UN Population Fund, which in a report published in 2018 said that people aged 65 and above reached 5% of the total population. In 2012, it has also projected that the senior population in the Philippines is expected to hit 23.63 million by 2050, or 15% of the population. With the proper preparation and foresight in handling the situation, we could greatly benefit by anticipating and preventing problems which may arise from this population trend. We could start this preparation by creating a body dedicated solely to handle the concerns of our senior citizens, as currently we only have a coordinating body for this purpose with the Department of Social Work and Development. Social Welfare and Development, rather, as its secretariat. Mr. President, these measures thus seeks to create a new commission for our senior citizens and to abolish the National Coordinating and Monitoring Board created by RA 9994. Your committee believes that one of the best ways to address the needs of our senior citizens is through the creation of a National Commission of Senior Citizens, by establishing a commission solely dedicated to look after the interests of senior citizens. They will be assured that their rights are protected, the development of programs advancing their interests are pursued, and the implementation of these programs would be closely monitored. As proposed, the following will be the main functions of the National Commission of Senior Citizens: ensuring the full implementation of laws, policies, and programs for senior citizens, formulating policies for the promotion and protection of their rights and well-being, appointing the heads and supervising the Office of the Senior Citizens Affairs, conducting information, education, and communication campaigns to raise awareness on senior citizens' rights, establishing and maintaining cooperation and consultations with local and national agencies, representing the Philippines in the international functions, forums, and other conferences involving senior citizens, constituting and convening, when necessary, an advisory board, developing appropriate mechanisms and procedures for the selection of the members of the commission, performing such other functions and actions for the promotion of the welfare of senior citizens as may be directed by the President. It is our proposal that the National Commission of Senior Citizens, which shall be under the Office of the President, shall be composed of a chairman and 6 commissioners who will be presenting and/or holding their offices in different geographical regions in the country. The Commission shall also appoint an executive director who will manage and supervise the Commission's daily operations. In many instances, senior members of Filipino families continue to work to support and provide for their families for as long as they can. Growing old comes with a variety of challenges from physical to economic. With situations like these, it is important that we create for senior citizens a supportive and an enabling environment where they are assisted and appreciated. After all, the elderly members of our society are as important as each and every one of us. Mr. President, this representation believes that our senior citizens have broadly contributed to the growth and progress of our nation and continue to do so given the right opportunities. It is time for us to give back by protecting their rights and ensuring the proper execution of programs for their well-being. In view of the foregoing, I urge our colleagues to submit the immediate passage of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. To allow our colleagues to study the measure further, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2159. I so move.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the measure is suspended. Check.
Mr. President,
Yes.
no other matters will be taken up today. I move that we adjourn session tomorrow,
Until tomorrow.
January 22 at 3 p.m. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, January 22, 2019.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much.